Thank you, Kathy. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Whatcom County Council meeting for May 18th, 2021. It is 6:01 p.m. and we are meeting virtually. First thing up is a roll call.
Red Brown.
I see him.
Red Brown.
I think he's got audio problems. I saw him doing this a second ago.
Red Brown. Will we see him? Barry Buchanan.
Here? Yeah, we do see him. That's true.
Tyler Byrd.
Here.
Todd Donovan.
Here.
Ben Ellenboss.
Here.
Carol Frazee.
Here.
Kathy Kirschner.
Here.
Okay, could you please display the flag and then join me with the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you hear now, Red?
I can hear now.
Okay, good. I don't want you to miss the whole meeting. Okay, so next is we have County Executive's report.
Yes, well, good evening, Council. Good evening, everybody. And I have a very brief report, and my report is only on one subject, vaccination. I just would like to make an appeal, a request, whatever you want to say it. Please get vaccination. I think this is the tool we have to reopen our schools, our businesses, and get back to some kind of normalcy, pre-COVID normalcy. And we want to stay safe. We want to not only be safe ourselves, we need safety of everyone around us at your workplace, at your place of business, as you travel, as you are at home. So once again, please, there's a lot of vaccination available, a lot of appointments are available. You can probably get the same day appointment and vaccination. So please do it soon as possible. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Executive Sadhu. Next, we have 3 sets of minutes to approve. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Frazee moves and Mr. Byrd seconds. Any corrections to those minutes at all? Seeing none, please call a roll.
Ben Ellenboss.
Yes.
Carol Frazee.
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner.
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Tyler Byrd.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
And that passes 7-0. We'll now move into our public hearings for tonight. If we could roll the video to show the public how they can testify.
Welcome to the meeting. For instructions on how to join the meeting to speak, please visit whatcomcounty.us/join-virtual-council. Meeting information, including Zoom meeting link, phone number, webinar or meeting ID, and password are available under the meeting date at the bottom of the page. Members of the public may join the meeting online or by phone. The meeting is broadcast live and recorded. All speakers will have 3 minutes. When you've joined the meeting, please virtually raise your hand to request to speak. To virtually raise your hand online, click the hand icon at the lower area of your screen. To virtually raise your hand by phone, dial *9 on your keypad. Council staff will call on you by the name listed, or if you're joining by phone, by the last 3 digits of the phone number from which you're calling. When called upon to speak, click the microphone icon to unmute, or if joining by phone, wait till you hear a message indicating the host unmuted your phone. Please first state your full name for the record. Staff will announce when your 3-minute speaking time is up. Camera sharing will not be offered at this meeting. Thank you for joining the meeting.
So for those of you in the public, I just want to remind you that the testimony on these next 3 items are very specific to these items, and we will have a general open session following our public hearings for other issues to be talked about. So our first item is AB 2021-258, which is an ordinance amending the 6-year capital improvement plan for Whatcom County facilities. So facilities or public works, does anybody have anything to add from today's discussion?
Hi, Rob Knight, Facilities. I don't have anything further, but I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions before we open the hearing? Okay, we will open the public hearing. Do we have anyone wishing to testify?
Brent Jones, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I apologize. I just want to make sure I'm on the right one here. Is this meeting right here pertaining to the Cherry Point amendments?
No, that'll be the next public hearing. That's the first one here is on our county facilities plan.
Okay, I apologize.
Well, that's okay.
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. There are no hands raised.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And council, what's your desire?
Move to approve.
Second.
Donovan moves, Kirschner seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Please call a roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss.
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Our next public hearing is AB 2021-227, an ordinance imposing an interim moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded facilities in the Cherry Point urban growth area. The primary purpose of which would be the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point. So any comments before we open the hearing? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. You can call the first speaker, Kathy.
Just a second, please.
Sure.
Okay, the first speaker will be Brent Jones, and then we'll go to Lance Calloway, and then Christopher Wacom. Go ahead, Brent. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Brent Jones. I'm the business agent for the Carpenters Millwrights Local 96. Good evening, council. I'd just like to thank the stakeholders group for the many long hours in working on the Cherry Point amendments dating back to the Planning Commission process. I would also like to thank the County Council for working with us. I know that sometimes we were not sure we could find a way forward, but through compromise, we are almost there. Please, everybody, refrain from any additional changes. Thank you. That's all I have.
The next speaker is Lance Calloway, and then we'll go to Christopher Wacom and Trevor Smith. Go ahead, Lance. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, council members. I'm Lance Calloway. I'm the Northern District Manager for Associated General Contractors of Washington and a longtime resident of Whatcom County. I am here to speak on the interim moratorium of the expanded facilities at Cherry Point. First, unlike the previous speaker, I want to thank everybody who's put the time into this process. I'd like to thank the stakeholders group, the county council members, and all the staff from the planning and development. I know it's been an incredibly long process of almost 6 years, and many of you sat in those seats listening to various discussions. And I really appreciate all the time, the thought, and the consideration all of you have given to this key aspect of Whatcom County's economic stability. I thought it was excellent that the council encouraged and supported the opportunity for the collaboration of all the stakeholders group, the industry, the not-for-profit environmental groups, as well as PDS, in being able to work through the various issues. And I think what was incredible about this is there was a lot of compromise, because not everybody got solely what they wanted, but they got where they were able to make some substantial differences for going forward. And that's something that we all can live with, and that will be good for our community's economy, our community's environment, and our community citizens. I do want to encourage our council to respect all the work that's been done and put in by this group, and not to make any substantial changes. And let's put this behind us and get moving forward on some more productive things for our community, because there's a lot of great things that can be done here in Whatcom County. Again, council members, thank you for all your time, especially those who have been with this through almost the entire 6-year-long process. Thanks again. Have a great evening.
The next speaker is Christopher Wacom. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Christopher Wacom, and I want to say thank you to actually saying my name the first time right. That's probably the first time that's happened in 48 years. But anyway, getting to my statement here real quickly. I'd like to thank everybody, the council members and the stakeholders group, for all the hard work this has been put forward on these cherry-point amendments. I've been a business agent now for 6 years, and I have dealt with this and testified many times over those 6 years, my entire career as an agent. Again, I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work. I know there's been times here over these 6 years where we have not seen eye to eye. Really like all the hard work that everyone has done to get to this point, and I do ask that everyone refrain from doing any changes from this point forward, and let's just go with what we got. So with that, I will say thank you again, and that's all I have.
The next speaker is Trevor Smith. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council. My name is Trevor Smith, and I am the political director for Laborers Local 292. I understand that you guys are extending the moratorium, and I understand the process of why. Like everybody before me, I just wanted to say thank you for the time and the space to allow the stakeholders to work on language so that we can get this thing done and stop having to worry about the moratoriums. Yeah, I just want to thank all of you guys and all the stakeholders group members for the many meetings I've been involved in for over the last year. It's been a huge time commitment, and it's been a very long process, but a very good process with a lot of input from both sides of this whole debate. I also want to thank the council for working with us and giving us helpful guidance while we went through this process. And thank the staff of PDF for working with us and getting this language right. Like everybody else, this whole agreement is somewhat fragile, and I urge everyone to resist the temptation to tinker with the language any further. It's time to finalize the cherry point amendments and move on with all the challenges that we face. Thank you much. Have a good evening.
If anyone else would like to speak during this public hearing, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon on your screen or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. We'll go to Barney. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Barney Smith, and I am here speaking about the compromise that we have come to. I'm here in support of it, and I'd like to just say thank you to both sides that have come together. You've done a good job when neither side is happy, and I think we've done a good thing, and we've shown. I think we've shown the rest of the country that this is how two opposing sides can come together and come up with something. that's going to work for everybody. Again, I'd like to say thank you, and I appreciate all that has been done. That's it. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand virtually at this time. There are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We will close the public hearing. And council, what would you like to do?
Move to approve.
Second.
Donovan moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I want to echo the folks who are thanking us, to thank everybody who's working on this, because I've been doing this for 6 years. But the stakeholder group that's been putting time into this, much appreciated. I think we're 99.9%, 99.99% of the way there, and we just need this moratorium. Hopefully, I think certainly won't be lasting for 6 months. So,
Councilmember Kirschner.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Councilmember Donovan's comments, but also just make sure that the people that commented tonight understand that tonight we're voting on the extension of the moratorium. We're not actually voting on the amendments. Some folks made it sound like maybe they thought we were voting on the amendments. I just want to be really clear that this is a moratorium that's been in place for quite a number of years that we're extending one more time.
Thanks, Councilmember Kirschner. That's good to have clarification on that. Councilmember Byrd.
Thanks. I'll echo the same regarding, I appreciate the hard work that everyone on the committee did that came together. I think what you showed was not only that people still have an ability to work together even when they don't see eye to eye on things, and to really listen to each other and understand where they're coming from and where someone else is coming from, and work together to find and make a better product for everybody. That whole entire process that you went through, I wish it was something that we would see at the state level and the national level and everything that happens today. It's what we need, I think, as a community and a culture right now. And I really hope that the council, we can look at this as a model in the future for how we bring people together and how we solve complex issues that are contentious. And yeah, I wish we could have started this sooner, so we wouldn't have had to prove this tonight or be in this spot tonight. But with that said, thank you very much for the work you did and for the time you put in. It's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I agree with you, Councilmember Byrd. I think if this is how democracy is supposed to work. We're supposed to engage our community, engage the folks that are most affected, and work out solutions. So I'm really happy that we have gone down this road, and I agree with you. I wish we'd have done it sooner, but I'm glad we didn't wait at too long anyway. So any other discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote.
Kathy Kirschner.
No.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Tyler Byrd.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss.
No.
Carol Frazee.
Yes.
And that passes 5-2. Moving to our next public hearing is AB 2021-185, ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 9.32, which is unlawful discharge of firearms, to establish a no shooting zone in the Drayton Harbor area of Whatcom County. Is there anybody from staff that wants to speak about this before we open the hearing? Mr. Chadwick.
Good evening, Council. Doug Chadwick, Undersheriff. I don't have anything specific. I'm just available if questions come up.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's go ahead and open the public hearing.
I'll go to Mary Lou Stewart. If you'd like to speak on this public hearing, go ahead, please. Mary Lou Stewart, if you'd like to speak on this public hearing, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Councilors and Executive Sidhu, I am Blaine Councilwoman Mary Lou Stewart, and I also serve as Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for the opportunity to comment about the no shooting zone in Drayton Harbor. The Blaine City Council voted unanimously to support a no shooting zone on Drayton Harbor. To be clear, we fully recognize the Lummi and other tribal groups' right to continue to harvest on the water as they have done since time immemorial. Establishing a no shooting zone would not, because it cannot interfere with treaty rights negotiated between the US government and the tribes. We have received numerous requests and complaints about shooting over the harbor. This is an issue of public safety, as there are many people who live and recreate on the shore and on the water. As the area becomes more urban, the interaction between the population and those who are shooting increases. There is more pressure on the area for recreation. Kayakers and canoers do, in fact, use the harbor year-round, even in the winter when the water is calm. Thank you for considering our request and listening to our concerns. And that is mine.
The next speaker we'll go to is Bonnie Onion. Go ahead, please.
Hello, councilors and Executive Sidhu. I'm Bonnie Onion, Mayor of Blaine and City Council member. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. Establishing a no shooting zone in Drayton Harbor is not just an issue of public safety, but also of perceived safety and well-being. If people are concerned for themselves and their children, it has an adverse impact on their welfare and well-being. This request is certainly not setting a precedent. There are 22 other no shooting zones in the county, including Weiser Lake. Weiser Lake is a comparative example because it too is a no shooting zone over water. It is an area with lower housing density and fewer people than we have living around Drayton Harbor. Unlike Drayton Harbor, Weiser Lake is not located in an urban area. The population in Blaine is forecast to grow by nearly 4,000 people in the next decade or so. Many of these people will live near the water. Many of them, as well as visitors, will recreate on the shore and on the water. These people deserve to feel safe and not feel they are in danger when they hear nearby gunfire. It's time to establish a no shooting zone in Drayton Harbor in Blaine. Thank you for this opportunity. And if you have any questions, Councilor Stewart or myself will be happy to answer. And I believe Michael Jones is also listening in. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Cliff. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Cliff Langley, Whatcom County resident. I am speaking in opposition to the no shooting zone. As I'm sure you're aware, the Declaration of Independence declares that the purpose of government is to secure the rights and the freedoms of we the people. This area has always been free and open to hunting. You cannot take away a freedom based on a potential harm. It's not the fault of the hunters that people don't feel safe. It's only a perception. This reminds me kind of years ago when I was called to a noise complaint about 1 a.m. in the morning. Some person that had lived in the city had moved to the county and now wanted to make a noise complaint against a farmer who was harvesting his crop in the middle of the night. You just can't prohibit everything. Freedom must come first. please don't restrict the right of a few and the occasional hunter because someone is annoyed or sees a potential harm. I urge you to vote against this measure.
The next speaker is Lyle Galloway. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Lyle Galloway. I live in Ferndale, Washington. I'm an avid migratory waterfowl hunter in Whatcom County, and I have been since the early 1970s. I am the chapter president for the Whatcom County chapter of the Washington Waterfowl Association, which we have a multitude of people that do hunt migratory waterfowl throughout the county. I have contacted a multitude of members, and if there was a public hearing tonight, there would be standing room only tonight in this meeting to be there to oppose this petition. Everyone was opposed to it, everyone I talked to. Council has been sent legal binding Washington State administrative information stating the petition is illegal under the Washington state law. There's already a no shooting ordinance at 300 yards from any beach or road on the Drayton Harbor area. Road noise and railway noise far succeeds shot shell noise, which is the only legal weapon to be used by legal hunting sportsmen in the Drayton Harbor area. This is proven on YouTube. If people do the research, you will see this taking place. Waterfowl hunters shooting from a boat, from which is the only way you can hunt Drayton Harbor, will be at a minimum of a half a mile from the beach or road anywhere in that area, because that's where the birds are. Migratory waterfowl hunting people use shotguns only, and the trajectory with any migratory waterfowl shotguns being used is less than 300 yards. This is clearly an anti-hunting movement from the people that have not done their homework on this issue. Dearborn needs to be annexed by the city of Blaine if they think they have a problem. It's unfair and injustice for somebody to protect their livelihood and their homes in and around any Whatcom County area. Council, vote no on both of these petitions. Thank you very much for your time.
If anyone else would like to speak during this public hearing, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. We'll go to Tino Villaluz. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Tino Villaluz. I join you guys not as a Whatcom County resident, which I am, but as a representative of the Swinomish tribe. I run the wildlife department there. First of all, I'd like to thank the chairman and the council for the opportunity to speak today. There are several aspects of this that I feel need a closer look at a minimum, if not tabled completely or abandoned. So I urge you guys to vote no. I think there's several things at play here. The public safety validation versus the perception of public safety, I get that, but then you guys need to take a hard look at yourselves and look at the social justice aspect of this. You know, you guys are taking an empathetic view. The city of Blaine is who I'm referring to, an empathetic view of this perceived public safety threat. Well, we don't have a perception of injustice as tribal people. We have a reality, and that reality is ever present and constantly constricting our lifeways. You're systemically taking away our rights. If you're here to set policy and set precedents around the treaty right very clearly states Indians have a right to fish and a privilege to hunt in common with the citizens of the US. So if you take it away from the citizens, you are working to take it away from us. The other thing that was stated earlier by members of the municipal government is that it will be inundated with recreation. Well, then now you have a consistent use, and you can further adjudicate rights away from the tribal people. Like I said, I urge you to vote no. I ask you, please vote no. I've offered myself up and my time to dive deeper into these conversations. I had a very, I thought, honest and open conversation with the mayor 2 years ago on this. Zero correspondence after. it seemed like, at least from the city of Blaine's perspective, with talking to Michael Jones and his theatrics at the meeting 2 years ago versus the facts that were laid in front of you, that there is no desire of the city of Blaine to really address the issue or have a frank discussion or look at what's really at hand. So I ask you, please vote no. If you need to, let's dig deeper into this. I've offered my services up and defining well-defined boundaries around the no shooting zone that we can have this, I guess, exercise of rights as well as the hunting. We can have both occur and protect public safety. So I thank you for your time. I wish I had more. I wish we weren't limited to 3 minutes, which I asked specifically not to be because I represent, a neighboring jurisdiction. But I thank you guys for your time. I will cut my comments there. Thank you.
The next speaker is listed as UW Football 2021. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Frank Bob here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you restate your last name, please?
Frank Bob, B-O-B. I'm a 70-year-old tribal member for the Lummi Nation, and I also work for the Lummi Nation as the Natural Resources Policy Representative. And I just want to urge the council to vote no on this proposal. We thought that Lummi was in an agreement 2 years ago on this when this issue came up. My family has lived in this area since time immemorial. My family come from a family that was a member of the Semyamut village, which was there before the city of Blaine was there. And we were removed from our homes for the city of Blaine to be where they are. Over the years, I've lost my hunting. I used to hunt deer and elk there where the golf course is now. And on Birch Point, where the condominiums are right now. And now the city of Blaine wants to take the waterfowl hunting away from our people. We cannot tolerate that. Lummi will challenge this decision as long as we need to. This is a treaty right. The treaty was made with the tribes and the federal government, and it's the law of the land. And I need you to take a mind to that and what that means. We are a sovereign government. We are not a municipality. So I urge you to vote no on this. And as my nephew Tino was just mentioning, I too will be available for further discussions on this. So we may be able to come to a workable agreement like I thought we had in the past, like 2 years ago. And I really regret that my nephew and me are being thrown in as along with the general public. Our standing is not the same as the general public. And I thank you for allowing me to run over my limit. Thank you. And again, please vote no. Thank you.
The next speaker is listed as Andrew. Go ahead, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Andrew Scular. I'm Whatcom County resident. I live on Drayton Harbor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you please restate your name?
Sorry, Andrew Skular, Whatcom County resident. I live on Drayton Harbor, and as the city of Blaine has shown, the majority of people who live in this area support the no shooting zone. So basically a democratic right that we have as a majority around this area to request this of the county council to approve the Blaine proposition. As more and more people come into this area, the level of safety is going to diminish when you have people hunting right in the middle of a growing urban area. So we are in support of this from the point of view of safety of people, our children, our loved ones, our pets, and our property. So we hope that you will vote in favor of the Blaine City Council resolution proposal for no shooting zone in Drayton Harbor. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Tyler Barenberg. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Council. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Tyler Barenberg. I am a sergeant for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Police. WDFW is unaware of any calls for service to our department regarding unsafe practices or hunting, or any injuries related to hunting practices on Drayton Harbor. I would also urge the council to consider the lack of public access for sportsmen nationwide as well as statewide regarding sea duck hunting. It's a sport that our public love, and I would hate to see it diminish. Thank you for your time.
If anyone else would like to speak on this public hearing item, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. There are no other hands raised. Oh, actually, my apologies. There is a hand that just went up. Ryan Valentine. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Ryan Valentine. I'm also an officer with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I have been an officer up here in Whatcom County for 18 years. As Officer Sergeant Barenberg also stated, yes, we have not, in the 18 years that I've worked up here, we have not had any public safety issues revolving around hunting in Drayton Harbor. As Mr. Galloway, I believe, spoke, the hunting that does occur in Drayton Harbor does occur further out onto the water. These hunters are using shotguns. And shotguns, for people who don't understand firearms, their maximum effectiveness is only a couple hundred yards. I observe hunters, talk to hunters, check hunters, watch over that harbor, and the issues involving safety don't appear to exist as they are purported by many other people that have spoken about this issue. Hunters, as stated earlier, is talking about recreational individuals. Hunters are recreationalists that also need to be considered in this equation. And as we talked also about perception, I would like the council to consider about ruling in favor of on issues regarding perceptions. I feel it's unfortunate that people, when they hear a shotgun blast, are scared, but the safety issue that is being purported is simply not there from what I have seen in 18 years of patrolling that area vigilantly. There was also mention about Weiser Lake as another area, another area to be considered in support of this proposal. Those of you that may or may not know, Weiser Lake is a much smaller lake that was also put in place as in regards for a game reserve for migratory waterfowl. That was also why that was put in place. So I would humbly request and hope that the council keeps a very open mind regarding this issue and the adverse consequences that it could cause. Thank you.
The next speaker is Doug Gustafson. Go ahead, Doug.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, and you're speaking on the Drayton Harbor shooting public hearing.
Oh shit, sorry. Okay, I want to speak at the regular public comment. I just came in late. Sorry.
No worries, that'll be in a bit.
All right, take it.
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand virtually or dial *9 if you're joining by phone. And we'll go next to Bob Harriman. Bob, are you wishing to speak on this public hearing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have an echo. If you could please turn down the speaker where you are, if you have the sound.
Okay. My name is
the speaker.
Bob Harriman. I'm with Borderline Bass and Contenders, a fishing and hunting club that was founded.
I'm sorry, Bob, but there is a significant echo in the background. I believe it's because your speaker volume is turned on. If you can turn down your speakers while you're talking, that would be great, and we'll get rid of that echo. If you'd like to go ahead and try it again now.
Can you hear me?
Much better, thank you.
Perfect.
Go ahead, please.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'm Bob Harriman. I'm with Borderline Bass and Contenders, a hunting and fishing club founded in 1973. We sent a formal resolution against this proposal, and it was quite lengthy, but we'd like to thank the council for allowing us to testimony on this subject. Anyway, we feel that this area, for many reasons, we've been keeping it safe by our hunting restrictions and our laws written by the Department of Wildlife. Our club was very instrumental into writing some of those laws to protect the safety of people in this area. We'd like to iterate, just because you hear a shot doesn't mean a person is in danger. Of course, people in town aren't used to that, but it's the town that grew outward toward the county, not the county that drew into the city. So we would like to please reiterate, just because somebody's having a party on Drayton Harbor, that doesn't mean they're drunk and not within the law either. Just because you may hear them having a party or running their boat. This is the same thing with hunting and fishing. If you hear the shot, that doesn't mean you're in danger, because we're abiding by the law. Now, if somebody's not abiding by the law, that's negligence, and that's already laws written for that. But anyway, there is a lot of management on that water done. Wildlife use it a lot, and we would just like to reiterate, we'd like to keep our privileges to hunt. And we agree with the tribes on how they feel also on this body of water. So we thank you very much for letting us hear, and we urge you not to vote no on this resolution, or excuse me, on this ordinance. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing. And what are the wishes of the council? Councilmember Donovan.
I'm not making a motion yet, but this is a procedural thing, I guess. So the ordinance that's in front of us There's been a couple of years and there've been a lot of iterations of this, and I don't know it's the last one we left off on. So if I go to AB 2019-472 and Legistar, I have proposed ordinance without treaty language. I don't have the ordinance with treaty language, so I don't know what happened to that. And this is particularly, in response to Mr. Bob's concerns, because we had a discussion about that. We had amended it to be very mindful of treaty rights. That's not the ordinance that's before us right now, and I can't find that one.
Karen, you just.
Yeah. Yeah, the one I'm looking at that's linked in the agenda, the very last clause addresses tribal treaty rights.
I'm trying to get there.
It specifically says, be it finally ordained that tribal members exercising treaty rights to hunt on traditional hunting grounds that are open and unclaimed are not subject to this ordinance.
Yeah, I'll find it. I've got like citizen petition ordinance version. I've got ordinance by the city of Blaine introduction. I'm trying to make sure we're all on the same page here. So I'll get to that. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Frazee?
I'd like to move for approval.
Do we have a second?
Second. Brown.
Councilmember Brown seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Ellenboss.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't hear the tribe saying that they opposed it only if it applied to them. They said that they oppose it in any form. I also didn't hear a valid safety concern anywhere, since there's already a 300-foot shooting buffer. And anybody who's ever handled a shotgun or heard anything about a shotgun should know that it's not going to be effective to that range. And as far as the noise is concerned, I think it's been proven that the trains and the traffic and even people talking next to each other is louder with the decimal meter, it's been proven, than the shotgun noise from the harbor. So there really isn't a noise issue. There really isn't a safety issue, but it does sound like folks feel like their historical rights may be starting to get trampled on. And again, I asked the question, where do we draw the line? So if the folks in Blaine and Semiahmoo don't want to be bothered by hunting, are we just going to keep making no doing ordinances where people are annoyed by stuff that their neighbors do? Like I said before, I don't like to hear my neighbor's donkey, but I can hear my neighbor's donkey. I don't like to hear the cars going down Hannigan Road when I'm sitting in the field listening to the songbirds, but I do hear the cars going down Hannigan Road. So are we just going to start banning everything? Why is this one issue something that's something that we're so willing to just take away when there's so many reasons to leave it there, as we've heard from the people that are speaking? And I'm going to have to stand with the tribal members that spoke on this one, and I'm going to oppose it.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thanks. This has been something we've been talking about now for the last couple of years. And so I want to reiterate some of the things that we've gone through and kind of discovered in the past so that everyone's on the same page. As you heard tonight, we had 2 Fish and Wildlife officers that testified that there are no known issues at all. There's no accidents, nothing that's taken place related to hunting in this area currently. And Fish and Wildlife is the group that is responsible for fielding those calls and responding to them currently. Talking to the sheriff's office in the past, who would be the kind of the fallback and the next people might call in the area if there was an incident, they've also documented 0 incidents ever taking place out there that they're aware of and can find. When Blaine Police Department came and testified for us, they themselves had no incidents that they were able to point to or document either. Matter of fact, the number of phone calls that had come into 911 have been decreasing year over year. And so from the initial kind of time period that they gave us data for, which was 2 or 3 years before, so I'm going to say this is what, 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago in total, to 2 years ago when it was there, it had gone down significantly. But to say significantly, at the same time, at best, there was only a dozen calls a year that related to complaints of sound or concerns for safety from someone who wasn't necessarily in an incident directly, but had seen someone out there hunting, and that was their concern for safety. That in itself, someone hunting isn't a safety issue. So it's not fair to say that this is a public safety issue right now. All of the statistics, all of the data that we look at currently, all the data that we have historically, all say that there is no problem within the area. And the reason for that, I think, is pretty straightforward. The buffer zone that exists at that 300 yards, that's well within the 200 yards or the couple hundred yards that you heard the Fish and Wildlife officer say that was the maximum effective travel distance of a shotgun round. So at best, if someone had their boat in the harbor on the buffer line and was firing at the shore, that round still would not travel all the way to the shore and cause any injury. When you look at this area, though, the majority of people that are hunting out there are actually much further out into the bay than that buffer line. They're not hunting on the buffer line. They're hunting out in the middle of the bay, which is going to add anywhere between 500 and another 1,000 yards. So there's not going to be an issue where someone might accidentally be on the shoreline that's getting hit by a round when you have a round that's going to fall safely to the bay line before it reaches the shore. When you think about this, at the end of the day, it's a lot for us to say, hey, and hypothesize about what might happen and guess what could occur. But that's why it's important that we really look at the data and the information, and we understand what really the impacts might be. And the fact that we have safe buffers already in place, that has essentially established that no accidents have ever taken place out there related to hunting. And furthermore, when you look at the documentation that has been done, there was a group of citizens that went out and they video recorded for several weeks. It was what, 4 weeks or 8 weeks period? They video recorded the entire time during hunting season. And no one was out there using Drayton Harbor during that period of time. There was no boats on the video for that entire period of time other than the hunt, or those that were out there to hunt. So the reason for that, I have to assume, is because if you want to do recreation or you're interested in recreation during hunting, your next available option to you is less than 2 miles away. It's a 4-minute car ride. For most people, that's the same distance as if they were to travel from their house to Drayton Harbor, is traveling from their house to Birch Bay, 4 minutes away. So they have other places to go and recreate during that time, yet hunters don't. We're continually taking away other zones and other locations in which they have the opportunity or have previously had the opportunity to hunt. I don't think it's fair for us to take another one of those locations away when we have no documentation that shows that there's any incidents or any problems currently or in the past. There's more car accidents that are taking place on Drayton Harbor Road per year than we've seen ever take place with hunting. If we're looking at sound, they also went out and they performed that sound testing, and they went around and they did sound testing all the way around the bay. And I think it was Councilmember Allenboss who said earlier, the sound noise level is less than that of a car. So it's no different than having a car or traffic moving right by you. What gets me more about this is that if you look at this zone and the region that we're currently saying, hey, we want to ban firing on or hunting on shotguns, It's out in the water only. And it's that region that's inside of the buffer zone, right? Yet by county code, that same individual could go out of the water onto the other side of the buffer zone and stand on the shoreline and still shoot a shotgun. That shoreline all the way inward and inland throughout that entire region is still a gun, or still a zone that allows guns, shotguns specifically. If you're worried about guns, wouldn't you want to go out and actually create a no shooting zone on land where the houses are, where the people actually are, versus out in the water where people aren't currently using it and they're not available? I can't iterate this enough. We go through so much stuff that we have to look at. It's incredibly important that we look at the data and we base our decisions off the data and not how we feel about something or a political belief about something or a fear of what might happen. If we go down that route, we'll end up banning everything in the world. And the joke about walking around in a bubble is going to be real, because that's all that will be left to us is a safety bubble with airbags everywhere we go for our individual safety. That's not where I want to be. It's not where I want my kids to grow up. And I don't think that's where most of us want to grow up. So let's not go and take that approach. Let's not travel past that line. Leave it how it is. Buffer zones have been established. They're safe. They've proven that they're safe. And let's allow people to continue hunting there. If Blaine would like to create a no shooting zone, they're free to annex that entire area. And then at that point, it'll be up to them. But until that time that they actually incorporate it into the city, I don't see a need for us to actually be doing this.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, so the city of Blaine asked us to, they voted unanimously for us to adopt this no shooting zone. And they are elected. Mayor Onion spoke tonight. They're elected. They represent 5,700 residents, and they're asking us for this. So I will be voting for this because they are asking us. They've asked us for, oh, is it a year now, I believe? And their residents are asking us, and sure, we could talk about annexing later on, but right now, their residents are asking us, please make this a no shooting zone. And I think we should be respectful of the other cities and their councils and also all the people they represent, not just people with self-interest for the area. Everyone has interest in that area. So I will be voting yes.
Councilmember Ellenboss?
So I'm pretty sure that the area that the city of Blaine controls, that they already passed a no shooting zone in those areas. So they've done what they can do in their areas, and we can respect that. We're not taking anything away from them. We're just now we're dealing with Whatcom County, and like Councilmember Byrd said, I think it's very important to look at the facts and not just run on emotion. And it really seems like there's a lot of emotion here on this issue, because the facts point to something completely contrary. Unless you just want to just sit here and say, look, we don't like guns, we don't like hunting, and we would prefer to cater to you know, the folks that live in these cities, then hear what folks who may not live in the city or live in a rural area or like to recreate in that area have to say. Now, one thing piqued my interest that maybe it was a valid concern was the kayakers. So I got to thinking about that. Now I'm a duck hunter, and the lady that was talking about the kayakers said that on calm days there would be kayakers out there in the winter. Well, I can tell you as a duck hunter, on a calm day, I would never be out there duck hunting at the same time. So just because of the way hunting works and the way kayaking works, I don't think that they would be in conflict with each other. It would be a rare occasion, and on that occasion, that kayaker would probably be happy those duck hunters are out there so they could rescue them when they're getting water over the bow.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, I just want to say I grew up hunting, not birds, because I'm not that good a shot. But I just wanted to read what the Blaine City Council said. They said Blaine City Council voted unanimously to adopt Resolution 1765-19, requesting the Whatcom County Council to establish a no shooting zone pursuant to the Whatcom County Code 9.32. So again, they are requesting that we do this.
Councilmember Byrd?
Thanks. I want to clarify one point. Just because you're elected and the population that you serve under that elected status and within your geographic location, that doesn't mean that everyone agrees with everything you say. Otherwise, it would be safe for me to say, hey, I represent over 200,000 people in Whatcom County, and so they must all agree that the no hunting zone or a no hunting zone here makes sense. That's not fair either, right? Just like it's not fair to say the city council represents all 5,000 people that live in Blaine. They represent some people that are loud and very much want to have this take place. But then there's a whole bunch of people out there that don't even know that it's happening and that it's a topic. I know a lot of hunters that live in Blaine that would not be for this and they'd probably have shown up to this if it was in an actual in-person meeting versus online with Zoom, but they're not. So I don't want us to confuse population count for support of an initiative. One, the other thing, for over a year, the last time this came up, I asked the city of Blaine to come forward with statistics and documentation. And I gave a number of examples and ideas for how they could actually show that this was an issue and that there was a safety concern. They didn't bring any data forward. There's no statistics that they've been able to show. There's no statistics that they've been able to give or concrete information to any extent. What did happen, though, is a number of private citizens, a number of hunters, and a number of hunter groups have gone out. And they have done the research, they've done the testing, and they have shown really hard and concrete data. And we're looking at, you say this all the time, this council does, hey, we need to trust the experts that we have working for us. As elected officials, we shouldn't be making a decision. We should trust the experts. Well, your experts showed up tonight. Your experts are the fish and wildlife officers that are out there every single day dealing with this and enforcing the current laws. And they're telling you it's not an issue. I'm confused why sometimes the council argues to read some of the data or argues to listen to the experts when it serves what they want to push forward and approve. And yet on other times when it's blatantly clear, cut and dry, such as this one, where the experts and the data are both resoundingly saying this isn't a problem, we want to ignore them. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think we need to be consistent in our actions. We need to be consistent in the way we look at things and the way we make decisions. That consistency should be based on data, and it should be based on those people that actually are dealing with those problems day in and day out. In this issue, that says that there is not a problem here. With that said, we shouldn't be passing this. We didn't pass it 2 years ago. There have been no issues in the last 2 years. If we don't pass it today, there won't be any issues in the next 10 years.
Mr. Ellenboss.
So I can hear what Councilmember Frazie's saying, that the city of Blaine asked us to do this. And then I also heard that the Lummi Nation asked us not to do it. And another tribe, I believe it was a member of the Swinomish tribe. Is that what I heard? And as Councilmember Byrd's pointing out, it makes me wonder, because this issue, the science and the data and the statistics are so clear cut, not in support of this issue. It makes me wonder who's behind it or where the drive is coming from. Because the statistics and the data are really, really, really not there.
Councilmember Donovan.
I think it's been pretty clear who's behind this. It's a unanimous vote from the Blaine City Council with concerns that I think are legitimate, and I understand the conflict here that folks are talking about. I don't think there's any conspiracy theories here. There have been. There was this mention of the Lummi Nation, and if we look in the record, we have a letter in there from the Lummi Nation requesting that we recognize treaty rights. There is a member of the nation who I have tremendous respect for, speaking as an individual, but I don't know if I don't think that person was speaking on behalf of the nation. The only letter we have from the nation was about getting the treaty rights language in there, and it's an awkward thing to pass a no shooting zone like this. And I see this, this might not be the last thing we have to do. We're an urbanizing county. We don't hunt on like Whatcom anymore. So I'm going to support it, but I kind of appreciate what I'm hearing here. It's there's kind of this reality where there's going to be fewer places as we urbanize, that there's going to be opportunities to hunt. But I'm going to respect the Blaine City Council, and I'm going to respect what I got out of that letter from the Lummi Nation as an official ask that we have the treaty rights language in there.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
I believe his name was Bob. I believe he said he was speaking for Lummi Department of Natural Resources. So, yeah.
That might be somebody from the Swinomish that you're.
Councilmember Byrd.
If you go back and listen to past testimony, what you'll also hear is the tribal members saying, we understand that there may be an allowance for the tribal rights so that we can continue hunting, but we stand with hunters and we want this to be equal with everybody and for us all to be treated fairly. And if I recall correctly, there was a lot of emphasis put on the fact that they didn't want separation there where the people would be able to point to, that instead it was a way to keep everyone together as a group and treat everyone equally and fairly. And there was emphasis on that as well. And I appreciate that a lot. Reading this and hearing what Karen said and understanding that there is that last there or whereas at the very end, it kind of throws me off even more. So you can still shoot a gun on land inward. You just can't shoot it on the water. But if you're a tribal member, you'll still be out there and hunting. And so it won't stop hunting. It won't stop shooting in the bay. This, if you recall, was one of the very few bays left and areas left that there was the ability to hunt very specific type of duck or waterfowl. And so people will still be coming here to hunt. At the very minimum, all you're doing is reducing the number of people that might be out there by an unknown amount. And we don't even know if that's 1 or 2 hunters per year that won't be hunting out there or fewer, or if it's half. But at the end of the day, regardless of what you do today, hunting will still take place in that bay and guns will still be allowed on the shore. All we'll be doing is creating more division in our community at the end.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Kirschner. She hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead, Kathy.
Thanks, Barry. I just wanted to remind everybody that I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe it was 4 weeks ago, that we passed the Racial Equity Commission, the development of that. And this ordinance is racist, and I'm not supporting it because of that and other reasons. But anytime we delineate groups based on color of their skin or their national background and give one group privileges that we don't give to other groups, it's racist. And I think that this council, after the year we've had, should really take a close look at the actions that we're about ready to take. We should not be passing ordinances that separate the constituents in Whatcom County based on the color of their skin, period. And I can't support this ordinance and won't.
Mr. Ellenboss, then Mr. Brown, then Mr. Donovan.
So I guess let's think about how this is going to work if this passes in on the ground. So a hunting party goes out and they're in a boat and they're hunting. Now we don't know the makeup of this hunting party from the shoreline. Mr. Valentine doesn't know, or what, I don't know, would he be a deputy or the warden, Mr. Valentine, and the folks that are enforcing this, whether it's the sheriff's department, they don't know the makeup of the hunting party. So now what do they got to do? Like racially profile the boat to decide whether they're going to proceed or not, because they're going to have to intercept this boat at some point when it reaches the shore, and that's going to take all sorts of resources. So in order to appease a few people who donated to a campaign or live on the spit or whatever, we're gonna create a nightmare on the ground for the folks that have to enforce this ordinance, because we're gonna let somebody hunt or not hunt based off the color of their skin.
Councilmember Brown.
Sure how we ended up this being based on the color of the skin. This is not.
That's how it's written, Rudd. That's how it's written. That's why we're talking about it.
No.
We're being real here. Plain language.
No, we're referring to a legal contract, which was the Treaty of 1855, in which the Native American populations, specifically the Lummi and the Nooksack, were granted the right to hunt in areas such as Drayton Harbour, and we're simply honouring the contract that was done in 1855. It draws no reference to race or colour of skin. It is a contract between one group and another group. As far as the issue about even approving this, a couple of points. If you remember the history of this, I asked that it be put on hold the last time because I wanted to go back to the Lummi in particular and see if there was a way of meeting a compromise agreement between the Lummi and the City of Blaine government. I also met with Tino, I can't remember if I met with him or spoke with him. To be fair, I probably spoke to him. And I spoke with representatives of the Lummi Nation after following up with them about who to talk to. Now, the City of Blaine, which is the elected representative of approximately 5,000 or 6,000 people, has come to us and said they want this. And as much as I agree there's some controversy with this, I feel duty bound to respect the elected representatives of about 5,000 or 6,000 people. But to turn around and say this is a racist, I'm sorry, it's a stretch.
Karen, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that whether this language is in the ordinance or not, it's the law. If we have other no shooting zones, I don't think we've ever put this language in before, but if they're traditional hunting grounds, it can't be enforced against tribal members. The other thing I just want to mention, and talking about creating this situation for the game wardens, I would just say, I remember I had a conversation with one of them during the last, I don't know if it was a hearing or just an open session we had where we had all the people come. And we talked about that issue, and frankly, they deal with that issue all the time because there are different rules all the way around for tribal members, whether it's seasons, when they can hunt, where they can hunt. So this isn't some new issue for them.
Councilmember Donovan, you had your hand up a moment ago.
Yeah, in response to Councilmember Kirshner's baseless claim that treaty rights are racist. And this is sort of falling off what Karen Frakes just said. Whether we had this language in there or
I
not.
said the ordinance was racist, not treaty rights.
The ordinance has that language in there, as Ms. Frakes just said. It doesn't need to be in there or not. It was in there at a request from the nation. So the fact that we recognize treaty rights and we put that in the ordinance is the same thing as you saying that it's racist. So whether it's fishing or elk or hunting, there's nothing that distinguishes that from those are treaty rights. And it's not just you. We're getting this in a lot of emails from people that somehow we're separating out a class of people based, and you, as you said, the color of their skin. It's not the color of their skin, it's their status as First Nations people with treaty rights. And to say that is racist, wow. Okay, like we're going to new depths here. But I'm going to support it. I really don't want to. I'm sorry that's gone here, but we could, if you want to take that piece out of there, we could do that. But regardless, this is a situation where the usual and accustomed hunting rights of the tribes will be recognized. They cannot be denied. And it was requested that we put that in there. But to say that is racist? Wow.
Mr. Ellenboss?
It's my perception of what Kathy said was that it was racist towards a Mexican American who would like to hunt in Drayton Harbor, or towards an African American who'd like to hunt in Drayton Harbor, or an Anglo American who would like to hunt in Drayton Harbor. It's not racist towards tribal members. The tribal members were asking for equality for everyone, that they didn't want any of their neighbors to lose their ability to hunt there. That's what I heard them saying. And I agree with them. I think they're right on.
Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah. Todd, you do that all the time. I mean, you completely take what someone said out of context, and then you manipulate it and distort it into something that is ugly and wrong. It's not what she was saying. It's not what she was intending to say, your interpretation. It wasn't even remotely close. If you go back to just the sheer definition of racism, Kathy, you would be correct. Now, if you want to go make up your own definition that you can use, well, nothing stops you. It wouldn't be the first time. But at the end of the day, what she's referring to, it's not inaccurate. And so, yeah, I would appreciate it if you'd stop taking things out of context and trying to distort them. Rudd, the City Council of Blaine, they represent the city of Blaine. The area that they're asking us to pass this for, they cannot pass it because it's not in the city. And so while you might want to respect the citizens that live in the city, what I'd ask you is, how many of those citizens that live in the county that you represent are you not respecting at the same time? Someone has to be there to listen to what they want as well and to represent their interests. This is a community area. It's a rural area by definition, and we're here for them as well as those individuals that live in the city. And that's why it has come to us. If Blaine wants to incorporate the area, go for it. And then they can make those decisions. But at the end of the day, they haven't. And there's a lot of people that utilize this land and this waterway that live in our community that should be allowed to continue to do so. And we should be representing them as well.
Councilmember Brown?
there's a rewind button. This meeting's being recorded. If you go back, I think Ms. Kirshner's exact words were, she wasn't going to vote for this because it was racist, because it singled out one particular race. And that's not what's happening. Mr. Donovan is correct. This is about a treaty with a group of people. It's not based on race, it's based on the legal contract with a group of people, just like a group of farmers in this community have a contract with the state of Washington to be able to withdraw water based on their priority date when they got their water certificate. It's an agreement, it's a contract. It's not based on the race of the farmer. So let's just be clear about what was said.
Anything further on the Councilmember Kirshner?
Yeah, I'll just clarify. I just want to be really clear that I'm standing with the tribe's request to not turn this into a no shooting zone. I respect their take on this to be inclusive of all of the community. And I think that the ordinance in and of itself divides the community. And that's why I believe it is racist. And I think that this is the kind of thing that we as a council need to be aware of and be attuned to in the decisions that we make. And this, this isn't about me and Councilman Donovan or Brown. It's about, some of the things that happen that we don't recognize might not be the right way to do it. And I know that there's a treaty and that we're obligated to abide by that. And I know we don't need that last line in this ordinance. But it just, to me, seems like it is there. Well, it is there. It seems to me like having it there creates a division in our community that I don't think we should be supporting. So I'll just leave it at that. I stand with the tribes on this and appreciate their perspective.
Mr. Brown?
You're muted.
I'm going to stop doing that. I also stand with the tribes, and one of the things that I really agreed with the tribes is I respect the fact that they oppose this, because what they said is what happens when you have one set of rules for tribal members and one set of rules for everybody else, is that the tribal members get singled out by other members of the public. And I respect that, and it's a problem, and I'm sorry it occurs. The one of the things that I thought was an opportunity to find a middle ground on here was that my understanding is that tribal hunting policy is a tribal member by their own rules is not allowed to shoot within 1,000 feet of a residence, which I take as being a built-up area. And I asked the city of Blaine and I asked the tribal members, would you collectively agree to a 1,000-foot buffer around the bay where everybody could shoot on the inside and no one could shoot, everybody could shoot on the inside of outside that 1,000-foot buffer, but no one could shoot inside the 1,000-foot buffer. And I was unable to get either of the parties to agree to that. And that, frankly, I thought that was the best solution, because it would have ended up with allowing the hunting to continue. And I respect that hunting of sea ducks in particular is an important part of the cultural aspect of Lummi ceremonies. I wanted to ensure that that could happen, and I wanted to ensure that they could do so without being harassed. And again, I was unable to broker that deal, and that's the challenge.
Mr. Byrd?
Red, I was actually going to ask you what happened to that thing you were working on, because I remember you were working on that. But let's do that. I mean, so often that's kind of where we end up with things and having to decide a middle ground between different groups that aren't able to come together. And if that's the case here, then let's move forward with that action versus an outright ban. I'd be supportive of a 1,000-foot buffer. Yeah. So let's update this ordinance to include a 1,000-foot buffer. Would you be in favor of that? Can we do that?
I would personally be fine with it, but the parties need to agree. And maybe this is the opportunity for them to come back and both say, you know, we're not going to get everything we want, but at least we're going to get something we can live with.
Okay. So then with that said, I'll move to table this till our next meeting to give an opportunity for the groups to one last chance to come back and accept a 1,000-foot buffer. Is there a second for that?
I will second holding this for 2 weeks, sure.
Okay, thank you.
And give you every good wish to succeed.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So discussion on the motion to hold. Councilmember Frazee.
So Councilmember Brown said he brought the two parties together and asked them if they wanted this 1,000-foot buffer. Everyone said no. And the city council of Blaine is asking us to do this, but no, we're going to make our own little rules here. Who are we representing here? I'm against this.
This is just and to Ms. Frazee, this is a motion to hold for 2 weeks, not to change it.
Mr. Ellenboss and Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the exact size of the bay, but if you start overlaying 1,000 feet all the way around it, you're probably functionally disallowing any hunting out there by anyone anyway. So, you know, duck hunters don't want to be piled up on top of each other. It's, you know, you may create a safety issue if you force that. So this whole thing's a horrible idea brought forth because people are annoyed by something that they don't like. And we better just be prepared for all sorts of this kind of stuff. And if, you know, we're going to, hey, Whatcom County, if you don't like something, start sending emails. We'll start writing ordinances about it.
Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I will tepidly speak against the motion to hold for 2 weeks because I'll hear what Ms. Frazee said, that this is a couple of years now and we haven't really got anywhere. And I again want to respect the wishes of the city of Blaine, but I didn't clarify that members of the council have been talking about the tribes have said this. We've had a couple members, one member of the Swinomish tribe, a member of the Lummi tribe talking. We have one letter on record, as far as I can tell, from September 30th, 2019, from Chairman Julius, that opposed this ordinance, and I want to respect that, but also said that, you know, their concern was that we didn't have jurisdiction over the tribes on this stuff. So that's my main concern, and I think whether we put that in the ordinance or not, that's going to be a thing. We can't regulate, and we don't want to regulate the tribes on this. So if another 2 weeks, I don't know, because I know Mr. Brown worked on this, but I'm not sure what's to be gained. That's why I said, but it's a tepid speaking in favor of this. I could be persuaded another 2 weeks.
Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, I'm trying to even think, like, was it last year this came forward and Councilmember Brown, we held it for Councilmember Brown to meet with the two parties and decide if that 1,000-foot buffer could occur, and both parties said no. And after all this time, I can't see another 2 weeks moving forward. I think we're just gonna have the same conversation next week. And again, the city of Blaine is asking us for this, and I can't, if there was some insight we're going to get in 2 weeks, or we're going to make our own rule of 1,000 foot, even though no one is asking for that, I don't see how it's going to be productive to wait another 2 weeks. We've had plenty of time. Right before we were going to vote last time, a year or two, however many years, I don't know, 2020, but you know, I went up there and walked around and saw the area and the space that is there, and it is growing. It's growing tremendously, and it's going to still grow. And I don't think, no, I just don't know what 2 weeks is going to do.
Councilmember Byrd.
Maybe nothing. And if it does nothing, then we're right back in the same position, and we can make the vote based on what we have in front of us today. It's been 2 years since this was last before us. I don't know what another 2 weeks would hurt. So if the people can't agree to it and they aren't willing to get on board with that, that's one thing. But why not give it a shot? Why not take 2 weeks to see if we can bring the parties together and agree on 1,000 foot buffer? Or if we can get agreement from the hunters on a 1,000 foot buffer. I think that's what Rudd was saying he was the roadblock last time. And if so, then we can head down that route. But this is kind of like, for me, the same thing as Cherry Point. I mean, we sat here for 2.5 years with the ordinance working on it on the council. And for that entire time, I asked, like, can we bring the groups together and have them work it out and hash it out? And we didn't do that. And we refused. Instead, we sent it to the planning commission and went through that process. And at the end of the day, what happened was those groups took the initiative and they got together themselves and they came to a compromise and they made it happen. They brought it back to us. And just moments ago, we all got on board and told them how great that was, that they actually took those actions and showed how people can work together and make something happen. Why not see if we can do it again? What's the harm? Hunting season isn't right now. It's not for another, it doesn't start till October. So, I mean, you could wait 3 more months and you still aren't going to have hunters out there. So what's the harm in 2 more weeks?
Councilmember Brown and then Executive Sadoo.
So I've resent everybody, except Mr. Sadoo, which I'll do in a minute. I've resent everybody a copy of the proposal from 2019. Yeah, on this, I agree with Mr. Byrd. I don't see any harm in waiting another 2 weeks. We delayed it 2 years because of COVID. You know, another 2 weeks is not going to hurt, other than we, you know, have to do, you know, other than we have to go through this discussion again.
Mr. Sadoo.
I'm just compelled to say that Mr. Byrd, wrong example. What you just alluded to, that they were coming to us all the time. We want to work together. We want to work together, and we didn't let them. Don't do this kind of thing. Don't rewrite history. It was never that they wanted to work together until 2020. So, you know, I can see your passion for the argument on this topic, but don't bring something which is not true and try to make it a reality that this would work. That's not right.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, actually, we did invite industry and they didn't want to participate, but that's a totally different thing. So, but the 1,000 foot thing, back to this topic. The letter from September 30, 2019 does say that the tribe's hunting regulations promulgated under Title 10 of the Lummi Code prohibits hunting within 1,000 feet of an occupied building. So I don't know where we're at on this. Like, is that actually, the tribes have that? The tribe has that. So is it, I'm not sure what we're expecting to get. Is it then we're going to try to get the city to sign on to this 1,000 foot buffer? But as much as I'm reading here, it's like that's actually already Lummi policy. Or am I missing something?
Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, Executive Sadoo, I feel like you didn't hear what I had said. What I said is I had asked, not that they had asked. I said I had asked multiple times during that process that we bring the groups together. And if you want, I'm more than happy, at least a dozen times at different meetings, I requested that, and I can go grab those video clips and send them to you if you want to see that. But I'm not rewriting history. I did ask for that. And later they did do that on their own because we didn't initiate that group. That's what I was saying. So for clarity, I'm not rewriting history.
Yeah, you please go ahead and send me those clips. I don't want to get into this argument right now.
I will 100% do that. So Councilmember Brown, what he had said earlier was he proposed this, that he couldn't get the tribes and the hunting groups on board with reducing it, that they weren't okay with that. What I'm saying is give me 2 weeks. I'll take the proposal back. I'll work with that group and see if I can get them on board to accept it. I think that's a fair compromise between everyone. And when we're in this place where we have no compromise on the table, and it's one way or the other, and everyone's hurt, or well, one group is hurt entirely, I think it's fair for us to go back and find that middle ground and see if we can make that happen. So 2 weeks, and let's see if we can get acceptance from them on that. And what that would do is it would increase the buffer zone even further to provide more safety, to further ensure that any possible round would never make it to shore and be able to impact a person.
Councilmember Kirschner.
Yeah, I would like to ask Executive Sadhu to please stay in his own lane and respect that this is a council meeting. It's happened several times since I've been on the council where Executive Sadhu chimes in on his opinion of what a council member may be saying, and that is totally inappropriate. Executive Sadhu, we give you a moment at the beginning of our meetings to give your report, and after that, unless you're called on or you have something substantial to offer to the discussion, I feel like it's appropriate that you let the council have the meeting without chiming in on, especially calling out Councilmember Byrd's comments and insinuating that he's lying. That's inappropriate, and I don't like it. And I'm gonna start calling it out. And I don't want to rebuttal. Thank you.
I will call out you too. I have every right. I have been elected by the people.
You have every right to be the executive. This is our council meeting. This is our council meeting. It is not your meeting.
Okay, I'm gaveling. Let's be civil. Councilmember Brown, I think you were next.
Yeah, so just for clarity, I have resent that email to include Mr. Sadhu, Mr. Frank Bob of Valami, and Michael Jones of the City of Blaine. The discussions need to occur between the City of Blaine and the Lummi in terms of the compromise. It's not the hunting groups. There are the two jurisdictions here are the City of Blaine, or the three jurisdictions of the City of Blaine, Whatcom County, and the Lummi Nation. So to Ms. Kirshner's comment, respectfully, we used to allow, the entire time I've been on the council and prior to Mr. Sadhu serving as county executive Jack Lowes was given every opportunity to respond on any issue he wanted when we met in council chambers. The fact that we are on Zoom, or the fact that Mr. Sadhu is a different elected, should make no difference, because he's simply being extended the same courtesy as Executive Jack Lowes was.
I think Councilmember Ellenboss, I think you were next.
So I can appreciate what Councilmember Byrd's trying to do here. He's trying to apply some common sense to this and increase the safety factor that's already there. But I think what we need to just realize is this has nothing to do with safety, Tyler. And I hear Councilmember Brown trying to be rational as well. But this has nothing to do with safety. The City of Blaine wants to ban hunting because they don't want to hear it, and that's the bottom line. So whether there's 1,000 feet or not, it doesn't matter to them. They just don't want to hear the shotguns in the morning, period, for for the 6 or 8 weeks or 9 weeks that there's hunting, and on the 3 to 4 days a week that somebody's actually probably hunting out there, they don't want to hear it. Bottom line, 1,000 feet or not doesn't even play into it, because the safety factor is not an issue. It's always been proven. They just don't want to hear the noise, period.
Councilmember Donovan?
Most of the things I was going to say sort of came up. Mr. Brown covered the thing about us giving respect to the executive before it was this executive. I'm just trying to figure out that, like, okay, and I'll be fine deferring for 2 weeks. That's what I said, was tepid support for the motion to not do. Anyway, so what are we going to try to get here? So we've got, the tribes already have this 1,000-foot thing. I want to understand this. And is it going to change? What is it going to change that we're going to get in 2 weeks that we haven't gotten in 2 years? I see Mr. Jones, maybe could be.
Yeah, Mr. Jones?
Yes, Ms. Chair Donovan, if you'll allow me to speak, I'd be happy to. I can speak behalf of the City Council, on behalf of the City Council in this regard, given that they've passed the resolution, and I've spoke with them a number of times over the past couple of years while we waited for COVID to subside so we could ask to reintroduce this. The reason the City Council was not supportive of the 1,000-foot buffer is that in several instances, the city limits extend more than 1,000 feet into the harbor. So in a number of cases, that would be the city basically allowing shooting within the city, which we disallow completely across the board in the city. That would be inconsistent with the request that the City Council has received from the majority of the citizens that they've heard from. So it would be an untenable political situation for them to say, well, we're actually going to allow shooting within the city, although we've been requested to pursue a no shooting zone over Drayton Harbor. So 2 weeks, we can meet and have that conversation if you'd like in the next couple of weeks. But I can tell you that that would be the outcome, because that was the outcome last time we had the conversation. And with Mr. Brown's, Councilmember Brown's efforts, there was a great deal of time afforded to come to a resolution. And it was, as he had pointed out, I believe, that the two groups were not really interested in a compromise. I think what's being proposed is already something that the Lummi have in effect for themselves based on their hunting regulations. And we're asking for something that would extend a no shooting zone across the harbor for others. Thanks.
Any further discussion on the motion to hold? Councilmember Byrd?
Michael, I hear what you're saying. I'm still going to ask for the 2 weeks. If it's approved, I will call you if you have time tomorrow to chat about it. But I think there's some areas there we can still work together potentially. So give us the 2 weeks. Let's see what happens. Let's leave it at that.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Donovan?
I'll just say we had 2 years, and that's it.
Anything else, Council? Bonnie?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the original motion on the floor. What happens to that? It was moved and seconded to approve.
It's been superseded by a motion to hold.
The original motion makers don't have to agree?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Councilmember Frazee?
This doesn't have to do with the motion, but it has something to do with what I said earlier. Could I speak that, our Chair Buchanan? I mentioned earlier that the people against this ordinance were special interest groups, and I just want to apologize for that. Tino brought it to my attention, and I just want to apologize. It was insensitive, and it wasn't the correct word, and I'm sorry.
Anything else? Motion to hold for 2 weeks. Okay, please call a roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
No.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
No.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Donovan, were you a no? It was a little hard for me to.
I was a no, but I wish y'all the best for the 2 weeks. So
Okay. It was a groaning no.
Charlie Brown knows.
no.
Okay, that passes 5-2. And so we will take this up again in 2 weeks. Okay, now we have another no shooting ordinance. AB 2021-186, an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 9.32, unlawful discharge of firearms to establish a no shooting zone to be known as the Dearborn no shooting zone. So, Councilmember Donovan?
I move we just treat this like we did the other one. So hold it.
So we have a motion to hold, and is that a second, Tyler?
Yes.
Okay, discussion?
Barry, this is Dana. Would it be possible to at least allow the people to speak on this one that are here tonight for the public hearing, since we did advertise it, and there's been several people that have called the office and we did tell them they'd have a chance to speak tonight?
Yeah, I think that's a fair request. So could you withdraw your motion and we could go through the public?
Yeah, totally. I withdraw my motion. I was just confusing the public comment on the other one with this one. So my apologies.
I'll withdraw the second too. Thanks,
Okay,
Dana.
it's withdrawn. So Mr. Ellenboss, you like to comment before the hearing?
I was just gonna make the same request Dana did. Thanks, Dana.
Okay, so we will open the public hearing.
The first speaker for this public hearing on the Dearborn no shooting zone is UW Football 2021. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Frank Bowser, Levy Nation again. Our position on this ordinance is the same as the Drayton Harbor.
The next speaker is Doug Gustafson. Doug, if you're wanting to speak on this Dearborn no shooting zone, let us know.
No, I want to do the basic public comment. Sorry, I just want to be first on that. So I'll take off. Sorry.
No worries. The next is Andrew. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record.
Hi, I'm Andrew Skular. I actually live in the neighborhood which is requesting this no shooting zone. And it was supported by the majority of people who live in this neighborhood. And the neighborhood is specified on the no shooting zone document and outlined, and it went through all the processes required by the county for it to get to this point. We have been waiting for a long time for the county to vote on this, and this is an issue which is completely separate from that of the Drayton Harbor proposal by Blaine. This is one where the majority of residents living in the area that we have requested be a no shooting zone are asking the county council to support us in our request, as the county has done in many, many areas around the county. I must say I'm confused and I don't understand why we are being limited in our request because of the Drayton Harbor proposal. So I would really appreciate it if we could get this passed it is something that has been requested by the majority of people. And as Mr. Byrd has said, people can shoot from the shore in Whatcom County. We're asking for the safety and security of our neighborhood, that this proposal and this petition be approved by the county council tonight. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tino Villaluz. Go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I will again reiterate my request to oppose this. I ask that you guys do some research, work with us. It is in every sense of the law and everything else incorrect that there is a single neighboring jurisdiction that needs to be consulted on this. I will work with any and all of you, including the city of Blaine, to meet with you and bring absolute factual information to the table. And then we can get on to the respecting of the ancestral lands and things like that, that we did not choose which reservation we were exiled to. And I think there is a, you heard my uncle say, my nephew Tino, that we are connected to these lands far beyond what the reservation we're now residing on. So I just urge you guys to again table this, gather some information, and whether it's racial profiling or political profiling, because you're right, it is a contract between nation to nation, but it does facilitate, and we'll call it political profiling, political discrimination, things that we have an opportunity to maybe even turn down the temperature of the political divide in this country right now, turn down some of the divide that we're dealing with on a daily basis. And instead, we're going to fan the flames. I think like it would be really wise of all of us to take a step back, do some information gathering, lay all the facts out. We all want to work with you. Public safety is everybody's concern. Tribes, state, federal, we're all here for you in terms of public safety. We do not want to compromise that. We're not here to do that. Like I said, I think there is a compromise to be had. There is some common sense to be injected into the situation. And so I urge you to either vote no or follow up with some meaningful consultation. And like I said, we need a lot of things clarified. There's a lot of confusion in this room today that, I mean, I'll be very honest with you, you need to bring the Attorney General in if you want to make these legal assertions, because they're absolutely incorrect. And I just, you know, I'm not going to go into a whole lot more detail than that, but we need to broaden this conversation. How we do that with the Administrative Procedures Act is up to you guys, whether you guys want to use a conduit to communicate, however you want to do it. And we are here representing tribal policy, not individuals. And I think that was stated by my Uncle Frank earlier, and there was confusion around that. If you want letters from our leaders, we will provide those. So thank you. And like I look forward to working with you guys to resolve some of these issues. Thank you very much.
If anyone else would like to speak during this public hearing, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. We'll go to Bob Harriman. Go ahead, please, Bob.
Thank you very much. Bob Harriman again with Borderline Basin Contenders. We are not for this proposal for the same reasons as before for the other one. Mostly this land, these are private lands here and quite large acreages, not small lots like a city. And being private lands, the private landowners do not have to allow somebody hunting on their property if they don't want to. And that would be an act of trespass if people did. It still would not be a safety concern as far as shooting. So if a landowner wanted to shoot or protect their animals, or shoot a coyote or whatever that was getting in to their their pets or so forth. We don't want this no shooting zone to prevent that, especially when there's not a safety issue. We also think that, you know, basing this on a assumption that this tract of land area might get annexed is not, again, a cause for safety. We have watched many thousands of acres of hunting and fishing access and recreational restricted and are closed because of urban growth densities, because they may become annexed by the city of Blaine or may not, is not a safety reason where violations show not. A more realistic reason of entity wanting to push more density would be economical gain, including real estate sales. If such annexing does occur, the annexed area automatically becomes a non-shooting zone by city ordinance. At that point, the county doesn't have to deal with it. It'll get, but we're not there. It might get annexed in 5 to 10 years from now or not at all. This would not be wise to make decisions hurting again our access and recreational uses towards these wildlife resources on a rush to change right now basis for a hopeful conclusion reason. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Andrew. Go ahead, please. Andrew, state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Andrew Scular again, and just to respond to the previous speaker.
I'm so sorry, but we only allow people to speak once, and I believe you already spoke at the first point in this meeting. It was my mistake to call on you. I'm so sorry.
This is a different item.
He also spoke.
Kathy's correct.
Sorry, okay, sorry. I'll shut up.
I did see that Tyler Barenberg's hand was up earlier, so I'll go ahead and unmute you. And if you'd like to speak, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Tyler Barenberg. I'm with Fish and Wildlife. I just wanted to point out to the council that if ordinances are passed, us as state police officers, we cannot enforce county codes or county ordinances. So I just wanted to make that clear. There was kind of a misconception that we could. I just want to point that out.
If anyone else would like to speak during this hearing, please raise your hand virtually or dial *9 if you're joining by phone. There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And council, what would you like to do? Councilmember Donovan?
Yeah, well, reintroduce my motion. That was premature. To hold this for 2 weeks and just treat it as we did the other item.
Second again.
Councilmember Donovan moves. Councilmember Byrd seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd?
Yes.
Todd Donovan?
Yes.
Ben Allenboss?
Yes.
Carol Frazee?
No.
Kathy Kirschner?
Yes.
Red Brown?
Yes.
Barry Buchanan?
Yes. That passes 6-1. Okay, we will now move over into the open session where we allow members of the public, they can speak on any issue that's relevant to county business, and they have 3 minutes. So I think everybody's probably versed on how to get on. So let's just go ahead and open the public session and call our first speaker.
The first speaker will be Doug Gustafson, followed by Marcus Stidham, and then Misty Flowers. Go ahead, please, Doug.
Hey, you guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hey, this is Doug from Homes Now, not later. Currently, Homes Now operates the first 2 tiny home communities to exist in Bellingham, Unity Village and Swift Haven. Swift Haven was granted to Homes Now in December of 2020, and it continues to run smoothly and safely. For months, I had been in talks with the city of Bellingham about the possibility of Homes Now being able to handle a third site or not. We were confidently able to handle a third site. When I approached the port for the possibility of a third site, they were supportive and voted to approve us to use the land for a third site. I was immediately notified by the city of Bellingham that there was no third site and that Swift Haven will be moved to the Cornwall site, which is too small. At our current site on Puget Street, we have everything we need, including sewer hookup and everything else. We have been informed by the city that they are moving us to the Cornwall site where they will not be providing the same basic necessities that we have right now, such as sewer. In previous county council meetings and in previous homeless strategy work group meetings, Human Services Manager for Whatcom County, Ann Deacon, made the claim that based on HUD definitions that both of our villages barely qualified to be a shelter. I was upset at this because we have worked as much as possible to maintain a high quality of life for residents and make it feel like housing as much as possible. The main reason for this assessment is due to the use of porta potties rather than flushing toilets and large tents for kitchen and laundry shower facilities rather than structures. Homes Now has always been eager to upgrade as much as we are allowed to upgrade. Unfortunately, we keep getting moved around and have never been able to build what we would need to qualify as state of the art rather than emergency and rather than just barely. There are 3 softball fields where we're at, and they are empty most of the time, year round. I have never seen all 3 fields used at the same time, and I live 1 block away, and I have since 2006. There is no reason to rush us to a new site that's less than what we have now at greater taxpayer expense. Also, anybody who wants to play softball will be able to play softball on the other 2 fields without being interfered with. I'm interested in win-win solutions rather than lose-lose. I also think that it was a huge mistake for the county council to dissolve the homeless strategies work group. Dissolving the work group makes it harder to form strategies to end homelessness in Whatcom County. I suspect that when winter hits again, that the city of Bellingham and the county will become less coordinated than they already are on this issue. I think it was a big mistake, and I think people will pay the price the most are homeless individuals, as always. I heard the work group's responsibilities were turned over to the Housing Advisory Committee. I'm almost done. I asked to join the committee to help solve homelessness, but I was informed that it was full. Doing the best we can to solve the problems and get people off the streets, but sometimes it seems like we're being set up to fail at every turn. I hope you guys can prove us wrong. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Stidham. Go ahead, please. State your full name. You have 3 minutes.
I can't hear.
God damn it. Hello, I'm sorry. This is Marcus D. Stidham. Can you hear me?
Got you now.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, no, hi, it's been my pleasure and my burden to serve as flawlessly and as impeccably as I could on the homeless strategies work group as the homeless advocate there. I took my role there very seriously, and my role was to advise you all on what I felt the needs were for homelessness to be relieved in your community. I can't say that I had all of the solutions, nor would any one person be able to say that, I don't think. The one thing that I can say is that to you as the health board, I made sure to bring to you to light that we had no compliance on the on CDC and local health department recommendations on camp cleanups. That the BPD was failing to meet their own procedural claims when they had no documents at all. I helped to make sure those documents were formed. This is all work that happened with the Homeless Strategies Work Group. Todd Donovan, I applaud you for recognizing that on the last vote on that. I'm sorry that everybody else went the other way. There's other stuff that I'm disappointed with this council right now. Personally, I don't want to go into it. What I want to go into right now is that we have sweeps still illegally going on. As I've been telling you flawlessly, accurately the entire time, we still have sweeps going on in your community. They've stomped out almost every slightly congregate camp anywhere in the community. The BPD chases them around illegally against CDC, against Ninth Circuit Court and against local health recommendations, regardless. Many of you will understand why I might be particularly miffed tonight. I'm expecting more. We have people down on C Street and on Cornwall Avenue these are their last vestige of place where they're going to be. You can help. You can even ask for a moratorium on sweeps. Call Seth, call it off. These people want to form their own communities. They need help. I formed a nonprofit with my friends who know what the hell's going on. We know these people. They're our clients and our friends. We know what they need. They've told us what they want and what they need, and they trust us to give it to them. We're SOS. We're Serenity Outreach Services. That's been poison in your ears. And that is massive misinformation that I feel terribly about. I'm asking you to please consider putting your hands on this last vestige of homeless population trying to save themselves before they get dispersed in this pandemic, in this emergency pandemic, into our weeds, into our ditches, into an environmental chaos in our creek beds. Please help them survive, give them what they need, and let us help them. Thanks.
The next speaker is Misty Flowers. Go ahead, Misty.
Hello, my name is Misty Flowers, and I represent Be Brave Washington, a group of people urging you to end emergency orders now. Sometimes your freedom is not taken away at gunpoint, but instead it is done one piece of paper at a time, one seemingly meaningless rule at a time, one small silencing at a time. I've been watching the council meetings for a while now, and I find it incredibly discouraging to see how many times council members are shamed for trying to speak up for their constituents. Be careful not to dehumanize those you disagree with. In our self-righteousness, we can become the very things we criticize in others and not even know it. I'm calling tonight because one of my biggest concerns I've brought to you many times regarding vaccine administration. In 2019, I reached out to all of my local officials to share evidence that the CDC was ignoring vaccine injuries and deaths. I also reached out to our local health department, which they then silenced me for. If you were in office at the time like Sat Paul, you received the CDC vaccine excipient summary that shows safety issues with aluminum, formaldehyde, and thimerosal regarding the CDC childhood recommended schedule. If you compare those two, you will see there's some serious issues. I also pointed out at that time that vaccine administrators and distributors are exempt from liability because of the 1986 Vaccine Injury Act. Now parents are shouldering the burden of vaccine injured children and deaths. Why are you ignoring my concerns? In 2020, with the mask mandates, I notified you all that citizens are being discriminated against for valid medical mask exemptions protected by law. Why are you ignoring my concerns? When I asked why the health department was talking about keeping us locked down until the COVID-21 vaccine arises in summer of 2021, I didn't hear a single person bring up these critical concerns. I have that documented, by the way, and it seems to show more and more that there's an agenda going on and it has absolutely nothing to do with data. Multiple Whatcom residents have asked why the data doesn't match these unjustified emergency orders and why the goalpost keeps changing. Why are you ignoring our concerns? People can no longer trust a school system that has now turned into a techno-pharma controlled environment instead of the place where our children went to learn and thrive, not just educationally, but emotionally and socially. Why are you ignoring our concerns about what is happening psychologically to our children forced to isolate and mask? You might trust Big Pharma that protects itself from liability, but many of us do not, and we will not be getting these injections. And it is incredibly concerning that the goalpost has moved to now be the amount of injections that need to be received before we reopen. When are you going to represent all of your constituents instead of just those that trust Big Pharma blindly? Please reopen Whatcom County today. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is listed as Bates. Go ahead, please, and state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Dr. Kevin Bates. Is this the beginning of vaccine passports with forced vaccinations? I listened to Bellingham City Council meeting last week and listened to our county's health department director give a well-scripted speech depicting doom and gloom for Bellingham and Whatcom if case numbers and hospitalizations didn't decrease. Blame was placed on the unvaccinated, and future progression to opening was used as a point of shame. Sadly for her thunder was stolen by Governor Inslee and Walmart, undermined her narrative, and told us we were fully going to reopen next month. What was she talking about? The only common theme was the promotion of guilt, shame, fear-mongering for those who chose not to take an emergency authorized vaccine that has not gotten FDA approval. Do we really not have a choice? Her narrative was followed up quickly the next day by the Bellingham Herald. Its front page declared unvaxxed people could hold up the reopening. Inslee told us to hurry up so we could get to 70% vaccinated. Walmart stated they aren't requiring masks for the vaccinated, but they won't ask for proof. Let's tell a story, Health Director. 6 vaccinated seniors in Avamere Healthcare and Rehab Center recently contracted COVID-19. Alumni friends' 2 relatives were hospitalized days after the vaccine. Will these cases affect reopening? And how many positive cases are vaccine related? Dr. Peter McCullough, co-chief of internal medicine at Baylor University, stated 60 to 70% of positive COVID cases he was seeing are vaccinated breakthrough infections. Nationally, 2 vaccinated members of New York Yankees organization tested positive. Young men and women around the country that would never have been affected by corona are now sick, disabled, or worse after vaccination. In Colorado, a 15-year-old died. Las Vegas, an 18-year-old was put into a medically induced coma due to seizures. A 17-year-old from Utah developed brain clots in his brain, all days after vaccination. Are we going to force childhood vaccinations before they can go to school? Colleges are requiring 2.4 million students to get vaccinated before they can attend school. That sounds like a vaccine passport. I don't know how your trust level is of Big Pharma 4, but all have had huge judgments against their FDA approved drugs. Johnson & Johnson really recently was handed a $752 million judgment for their hand in the opioid crisis. How many know that vaccine manufacturers cannot be sued or are not liable for any damages the vaccines cause? The vaccine trials were not performed on anyone under 18 years old. Animal trials only looked at the effect of vaccines on lungs, no other tissues or organs. Moderna human trials removed anyone who got sick after their first injections, and those numbers were not factored into their results. Pfizer started with 44,000 subjects and reduced down to 170 who contracted COVID virus. 5 more seconds. 8 who were vaccinated, 162 who were not. 170 people to determine our fate. On God's green earth, can us silly, uneducated, ignorant people who want us to wait for the vaccines, can we just wait for the FDA approval, not just emergency use authorization? Thank you.
Next speaker is Gail Adderley. Go ahead, please, Gail. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Gail Adderley. I live in Bellingham, and I have another person with me, Jack, who would like to make a comment using my phone when I'm done. And the topic I want to speak on tonight is the plight of people living without shelter in our cities and county. These people have been repeatedly dispersed for months. Each time they lose property, stability, and connections with each other and the community which they rely on to survive. I have been doing what I can as a private citizen to help these members of our community. I can tell you it's easier to bring food, water, clothing, and other necessities to people when they are in organized, visible groups rather than spread throughout the city and neighboring woods. They are also better able to help each other when they can form groups and pool their resources. There are hundreds of people in our county who need shelter. I'm asking the county council to work harder and faster to create and identify more shelter options. In the meantime, there needs to be a moratorium on camp removals. Instead, we should be supplying clean water, garbage removal, bathroom facilities, and space to set up tents. The council is well aware that base camp is not an option for many people for various reasons. You are also aware of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruling in the case of Martin versus City of Boise that found it unconstitutional to prohibit homeless people from camping in public places if adequate shelter is unavailable. I would like to encourage my fellow house neighbors to treat the homeless with compassion. When you see someone exposed to the elements, surrounded by their belongings, consider that they are probably thirsty, hungry, tired, and sore from sleeping rough. Offering water, food, socks, etc. could go a long way towards making their day better. Summer has its own set of dangers from sun and heat. It is not only during the winter that people need shelter. One last thing I would like to say is that I am able to help campers with the use of my tools to clean their camp, my phone, my vehicle, as well as providing food, water, and clothing because of my association with Serenity Outreach Services. I've read emails between council members and the county executive and the Whatcom County Health Department vilifying SOS, its members, particularly Marcus Stidham, and associates, which includes myself. I am personally offended. I'm trying to help people our government is leaving behind. Serenity Outreach Services was formed to fill gaps in services. I'd like to see people in office positions stop complaining about the people getting stuff done and start pitching in themselves. With that, I'd like to turn my phone over to Jack for his turn to speak. Thank you.
Jack, if you could please state your full name for the record.
I'm Jack Smith, Senior. And I'm a member of one of the homeless communities, speaking for them. And we've been pretty good here, clean. We're very organized. And we don't understand why we have to just get up and move everywhere. There's nowhere for us to go. And everywhere we go, we get pushed out. And right now, we're clean. I mean, you come down here and take a look and see what we're looking like. It's like a clean neighborhood. Organized, no chaos, no nothing. Why can't we just stay here and take care of our neighborhood as the neighborhood takes care of us, you know? And for our health issues, we need garbage cans and recycling bins. Recycling bins would be great. That way we could bring down the garbage. We got nowhere to take our garbage. That's why garbage is everywhere. Every time there's a homeless community, there's garbage everywhere. Why? Because there's nowhere to take it legally, and that's not our fault. We want to keep our city clean and pretty. How can we do it when you guys don't give us nowhere for our garbage? And we appreciate all the help. So I'm going to call it short. That's just all I got to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is listed as Des. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So this meeting wasn't about raising homeless awareness or trying to solve homelessness at all, but it was still really wonderful meeting and very powerful because it showed to the public that you all can and do listen to the public and you defend their wishes when the topic is close enough to your heart, when it's close enough to impacting your own lives. Then again, we all know that none of you are homeless, so it doesn't affect you, and hence the disconnect. I really wish I saw you all having the same vigor and compassion for folks without shelter and sleeping outside as you do for folks who love to hunt. Byrd, you mentioned the need for consistency and the importance of following the data. The data in this county shows that there are not enough diverse shelters to fit the needs of all individuals who cannot enter base camp. Data also shows how traumatizing and expensive it is to order police to sweep homelessness and the individuals that suffer from it from their place of rest. Ellen Boss, you sit there wondering what's behind this ordinance since the data are not being looked at. I have the same wandering mind regarding your lack of action for more healthy and sustainable solutions for houseless citizens. You also suggested to the county public that if they don't like something, all they need to do is email you guys about it, and then an ordinance will come into place. That's a bold lie. Public, do not listen to that. None of us like police sweeps. None of us like homeless camps. And we've been emailing forever, yet no ordinance has been made to stop the sweeps. Kirshner, you bring up racism. A quick Google search will show you all the ways in which colored folks in America experience higher rates of homelessness than white Americans. We also understand by now how much higher the risk of death by police officers is for colored Americans than it is for white Americans. So please explain why the city of Bellingham and the county of Whatcom have been turning a blind eye to violent sweeps of homeless camps all year, yet you sat here for an hour tonight, over an hour tonight, talking about hunting. Tonight, I urge you to reconvene the HSW and stop the sweeps of homeless individuals. Let them sleep where they can. Really glad to see you got so fired up about hunting. Can you please share this care with the folks sleeping out in the cold on your streets? Thanks for the time. I yield the rest of mine.
The next speaker is Mary Stidham. Go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Mary Stidham. I'd like to speak also about homelessness, about the sweeps, and about SOS Serenity Outreach Services, Bellingham. Marcus D is my husband, and you may think that that makes my opinion not worthy of what of you giving it any value or listening to it. I'd like to disagree with that because I know him best. I know his service to this community has been impeccable. I know he has never, ever falsified a claim or lied. These are accusations that have been made against him, as well as him condoning violence and other accusations that hold no merit and have not been discussed directly with him. He has been vilified. It hurts my heart, and it is difficult for me to say this because he gives everything he has to this community. He gives everything he has to saving homeless people. I would like the council, and especially the county executive, Satpal, to give what Marcus has said a chance. Marcus has never lied. That cannot be stated about several people in the homeless strategies work group. He has only corrected the record in there. Shutting down the homeless strategies work group was a horrendous mistake. There is nobody now to focus on solutions for the huge homeless population that is only set to grow, especially when the moratorium on evictions is lifted. No community place for the community members to have this public comment sessions about the homeless situation. Marcus is even blamed for comments about the homeless situation in the HSW meetings. It's outrageous, and I can't speak to you more firmly than to say this is you have got this man all wrong, and it's a tragedy that you are trying to shut him out. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time.
We'll go to UW Football 2021. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Frank Bob of the Lummi Nation again. I just wanted to chime in on this homelessness deal. It really tugs at my heart. Every time I see an encampment one day and then the next day it's gone, and not knowing where they were forced to move to then. As I said, I was born here in Bellingham. I was born out there on the corner of Northwest and the Smith Road, where the planning department is now. That used to be the hospital here. And in the late 50s, I used to live at the end of Cherry Street. And I was like 5 or 6 years old. And there was no road there now. but there was a trail there that went down to the beach that we used to always go down and swim on the beach there at Whatcom by the lumber mill, the lumber mill there. And I used to run into, they were called hobos back then. And I started talking to them, become friends with them. And I used to steal onions and potatoes and carrots from our fridge to bring down to them so they'd have something to eat. And it really tears my heart that here we are 70 years later and nothing has changed. The only thing that changes is where these people or these homeless people are forced to move to. They're there for a reason. They need help. And in 70 years, I haven't seen anybody give them help. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Gil Adderley and see if, Gil, you have someone else on your line who you'd like to have speak.
I do. I have another camper here at C Street named Jeff, and he would like to speak. Here you go, Jeff.
Hi, my name is Jeff, and I am homeless, but I would like to talk about a different subject. It's all together. It's about fire. Recently, I was involved in a fire that had a casualty, and the gentleman's name is Scott. And I'd like to a small prayer for him. I hope everybody could pray, and whoever knew him knew that he was a good guy, and I'll miss him. And my memories of him is going to be mixed in with the memories of his death because I was right there when he died. But let's go further on to the homelessness, and I think it comes together that my RV was burned up along with his trailer, and I did not get the opportunity to go through my belongings, but that's not what I'm getting at. My getting at is the police were up there with the trailers and RVs, and they know whose they were. And I was right shortly, not too far away from that when they were demolishing the trailers. Anyways, the police let people just walk in and take stuff out of the trailer. I mean, that was there. And if they were doing their jobs, and I mean, I'm not pointing a finger at any specific police officer. I mean, it was a woman, but other than that, I just don't understand how they would let other people walk in there and just take stuff. I mean, is it because I was homeless and they didn't give us stuff? Because that's what, I mean, this sounds like this program was about the mistreatment of homeless people. I mean, I do see it. It's all over. Sometimes it's justifiable and sometimes it's not. And everybody knows what goes on. As far as there's good people, there's bad people. It runs the same way. So it's a two-way street for everything. So you got to look both ways is what you got to do. You can't always circumvent, you know the answer before the question's even asked. But I just, the fairness and the beating downs that we get from if there's a police call and they'll come to see, and if it's a homeless person, it's like it's a 2-second job. But, I think that's true. It's unfair. And I think it does have to be looked into further. I mean, I know there's this program, there's other ways to get your point across. And I would like to thank some of the Red Cross for helping me out. They did some donations to me to be able to try to get back on my feet again, because I did lose a lot of things. And Opportunity Council, I talked to a few people over there and they did some help with some clothes and stuff. I appreciate that very much too. But as far as everything goes, I think, like I said, it has to be looked at closer. I mean, if you want to use a microscope or just binoculars, it's up to you, to us as the people, to look into things as we see. But until then, I say a prayer again for my friend that was lost. And I hope everybody else can come with it and pray together. I'm going to go and I'll give the airways to somebody else. And I appreciate your time and thank you very much. And God bless you all.
The next speaker is Cliff. Go ahead. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Cliff Langley, Whatcom County resident. This past Saturday, I went to a rally to show support for our police. Didn't take long before a group of anti-police showed up and grew in number. They brought noisemakers and they began anti-police chants. They cursed us with words and body language. In our group were families and children. We did not come for confrontation. They, by their actions and words and signs, obviously had come to confront and intimidate. We were not able to peacefully exercise our constitutional right to free speech, and no law enforcement, even though called, came to protect that right. The purpose of government is to secure our rights, and government appears to be failing to do its job. But maybe we can change that. The wisest man that ever lived said the kingdom of heaven is close. All that is necessary is for people to love their neighbor and consider others as equally important as themselves. People didn't like what he said. He was hated then and he's hated now. By nature, people are unwilling to put aside their own self-ambition and self-interest for that heaven to become our reality, even though we would like it to happen. Government cannot, by law or coercion, change what is in our heart. That is an individual decision. We cannot, by law or force of government, create utopia. When a Russian marshal was asked why they had put so many people to death, he responded by saying, "We are trying to create heaven on earth." We need rather to return to the faith of our founders, the understanding that all men are created equal and have God-given right to be free. That allowed them to free themselves from the tyranny of a bad government and give us, as Ben Franklin said, a republic if you can keep it. So what's the solution to keeping it? It is to encourage people to treat others in the manner and way that they want to be treated. If, as a community, we could do that and recognize, as our founders did, that our rights come not from the gracious hand of the state, but from God, and to be grateful to the supreme ruler of the universe who gave us our liberties, then we might begin to experience heaven on earth. It's the council's job first, as our representatives, to make sure that our rights are secured. I ask you to please work to keep our citizens free and our county open.
If anyone else would like to speak during open session, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. We'll go next to Natalie Chavez. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Natalie Chavez, and I've lived in Bellingham, Whatcom County for approximately 16 years. I want to speak tonight regarding SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 novel coronavirus. I've spoken at the Bellingham City Council and Whatcom County Council meetings during the general public comment sessions over the last few months. Some of the things that I have mentioned in previous meetings are, number one, that there was a simulated pandemic exercise that took place in October 2019 called Event 201. The Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security hosted the event in New York in partnership with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And a coronavirus was used in that simulated high-level pandemic exercise. Details about Event 201 and a list of other players who took part in that exercise are at the website centerforhealthsecurity.org. Number two, that to my knowledge, the SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 novel coronavirus has not been purified or isolated in a laboratory yet. Number three, that in November 2020, a landmark court case in Portugal ruled that the COVID test, specifically the COVID PCR test, was not fit for purpose. Number four, that the very effective treatments for COVID-19 that have been available since last spring 2020 have not been used at Bellingham Peace Health St. Joseph Hospital, at least to my knowledge, and from what I've gathered from a few people who I've spoken with who work at St. Joe's. Number five, that the Whatcom County Health Department has not provided any transparent COVID statistics or data with appropriate and specific numerical category breakdowns showing that Whatcom County has been in a true respiratory illness pandemic for each calendar month over the last 14 months. And number six, the Whatcom County Health Department, to my knowledge, has not provided the number for the 2020 overall total mortality rate for deaths from all causes so that our community can see how that 2020 overall total mortality rate compares to the overall total mortality rates in prior years. The question I have for all of you is, How many people would not have died from COVID in Whatcom County if they were given the effective COVID treatments that have been available since last spring 2020? There have been thousands of medical doctors, scientists, researchers, academics, and lawyers globally who have been shouting from the rooftops for over a year now. Why have their voices been silenced, censored, and suppressed? I hope that all of you will carefully review the following websites, the majority of which were created by physicians: COVID-19criticalcare.com, C19ivermectin.com, ivmeta.com, which is IVMMETA.com, budesonideworks.com, and budesonide begins with a B as in boy, budesonideworks.com, worlddoctorsalliance.com, America's Frontline Doctors.com, Doctors for COVID Ethics.medium.com, Doctors for COVID Ethics. Number 4 in place of the word for, Doctors for COVID Ethics.medium.com, UKMedFreedom.org, ACU2020.org, Physicians for Informed Consent.org, and AHRP.org. And this last website, AHRP.org, is the Alliance for Human Research Protection, an organization that was created by Vera Sharav, a Holocaust survivor, human rights advocate, and expert in biomedical research ethics. And I hope that you will watch a documentary that was released a couple of months ago in March 2021 called Medical Racism, The New Apartheid, which is a documentary that was created by Blacks for all of humanity to see. And please use the DuckDuckGo search engine or another preferred search engine if you cannot find these websites or the documentary when using Google. Thank you.
The next speaker is Shannon Mejia. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Shannon Mejia. I would like to talk about a few things that have to do with homelessness in Bellingham and in Whatcom County. One of the speakers mentioned creating heaven on earth, and I would like to ask all of you, how are you willing to create that heaven on earth? If you have money, if you have a home, if you have everything you need, and you walk by or drive by someone who does not have those things, do you just look away or you get upset because you saw them? It's mind-boggling how our city and county has turned their faces and their backs to homelessness. And they it seems that you rather these people just go away, which they're not going to go away. If you really want homelessness to end, look at Salt Lake City, what they've done, how they've dealt with homelessness, and they have ended homelessness. What's happening to our homeless folks in Bellingham and in our Whatcom County is absolutely heartbreaking. They're getting traumatized every week with these sweeps. They are, when I see them and I talk to them and I watch these videos that Doug has put together beautifully, interviewing his residents at Swift Haven and at Unity Village, I see myself in these people, that any of us could be one of those people. These are good people, that they're humans, they have every right that you and I have. And you're not doing anything except to traumatize these people every single day, and you're not providing what they need. There are people who are willing to do the work, and they're out there on the ground every single day, including SOS, including all the advocates, including all of the volunteers that have lives, but they're willing to do everything for these people to keep them alive, and yet you turn them away. I highly recommend that you look at Noisy Waters Northwest reports that have been coming out within the last week.
Shannon, thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
The time was not.
I know, but I'm timing it on my watch. I forgot to push the button on the screen. I'm sorry.
The next speaker is Melissa Weisner. Go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. It's Melissa, legally Greg still, because I can't get a divorce. Thank you. I'd like to personally thank your court system and your county courthouse for that. Your law library is closed, but you guys are still going to send me to trial on a 3-year-old misdemeanor against my own rapist because you guys won't process my rape report. But enough about me and how much you're destroying me personally and my children's lives personally, and how we're literally dying at the hands of your court system. And this is how people wind up homeless. Let's talk about the fact that you're weekly sweeping people, or the fact that you literally shut down an entire homeless strategies work group just to silence the only group of people who are literally talking directly with the homeless people. Now you've actually got homeless advocates for themselves because everything they have tried up till now has failed. I really, really, really hope that you people actually listen to Jack and took the time to take a breath and be silent for half a second, and maybe get off your Facebook sat, Paul, for the death of Scotty and for all the things that could have been prevented if we'd gotten proper shelters, or if you guys had actually, not screwed us over and actually let us sign paperwork so that we could help these people. You guys didn't want to do it. We signed up to do it, and now you're railroading us and trying to prevent us doing it. All you want to do is torture us and kill us because we don't create enough revenue for you if we don't die. You're embarrassing. Your entire system is embarrassing. And this is just disgusting. I am fully triggered from you people. You're vile. And I just watched a bunch of white people speak for way too long about racism with no idea what they're talking about. You guys are all disgusting. Sat Paul, you're the worst. Good night.
If anyone else would like to speak during open session, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. The next speaker is Dan Johnson. Go ahead, please. State your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Dan Johnson.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Sorry, I have something else that I'm hearing. Okay. Now I got it.
I think we just lost him.
Nope. Am I still here?
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Sorry, I had multiple windows open, and anywho, I'm calling with regards to the no shooting up there in the Blaine Drayton Harbor area. I feel that this is something that we should. So it's a double negative. I don't want to get caught going the wrong way. I'm not supporting the no shooting zone. I'm supporting the ability to still duck hunt and game hunt in that Drayton Harbor area. I read some of the supporting documents, and I feel that I'm only going to be reiterating some of the points that were already made, but I still feel that my right as a citizen and my duty as a citizen to reiterate them still does exist. As a hunter myself, I will say that a shotgun blast is not a long range expenditure like a 22 or a 300 Win Mag or any of those actual bullets. Those do go a long ways, whereas the shotgun shot, it does fall a lot shorter than people think. I do believe that it's only 4 months out of the year we're talking about, a couple hours in the morning, because as duck hunters know, you don't really hunt past 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. And the safety factor versus the nuisance, I guess it's uncomfortable to hear gunshots if maybe you haven't heard gunshots, and I can see where maybe people are alarmed, but yet moving into an area where that is the norm, I mean, you kind of have to kind of get used to where it is you're coming to. And a lot of these houses in that area are new construction. So I guess it's my assumption that people are coming in from out of area, that they're not residents that are just maybe upgrading a style of home or relocating. As far as the part of the amendment or the addendum where it says they want to still allow tribal members to hunt on that land, whereas non-tribal members cannot, I feel like that in a bigger issue is really divisive, in that you're telling one group of people you can do something, another group of people you cannot do something. And at the end of the day, it makes one group more resentful of the other group. And maybe that's an unintended consequence, but nonetheless, human nature being what it is, that is something that's going to happen. And it's unfortunate. At the end of the day, I do not support the non-shooting zones. I would like to thank everybody for taking the time to hear me tonight as I'm clicking down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
The next speaker is listed as E. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Eve Mason Marcus. I'm a local music teacher in Bellingham, and I've lived in Whatcom County for the past 13 years. I just, sometimes it's like I don't know if I want to speak for public comment, but I feel like I can't let it go by without voicing what needs to be said. At the same time, it just feels like we're saying the same thing over and over again, and no one is listening to us. Sweeps need to be banned. There needs to be a moratorium on sweeps. When you're constantly displacing people, constantly re-traumatizing people while not offering the services they need, there's never going to be a solution. There's never going to be an end to homelessness. You take your information from Ann Deacon, who is directly involved with Base Camp, whether or not it's on the books, there's something else going on. Base Camp is not a solution. The data you're getting from Ann Deacon and Ann Beck and the Whatcom County Health Department is not proper information. Who is talking to the people that live on our streets? Who is talking to the people that sleep on our streets? When is the last time any of you went downtown, went to the corners, went to the creeks, and talked to these people who've been living without beds, without homes, without resources for years? There needs to be direct communication. You can't count on Base Camp to give you accurate information. They're only going to say what benefits them. We need to work with the people who are actually experiencing homelessness, not from the people who are benefiting, who are making money off the backs of people who are living without homes. There needs to be plans set. There needs to be different actions taken. I haven't heard anything about shelter for summer. I haven't heard anything about shelter when it gets smoky. I haven't heard anything about winter shelter happening. There's been emails released that service providers were told that they weren't needed for winter shelter and that Base Camp was going to provide it, even though there was a desperate need for winter shelter. There's always going to be a need for winter shelter. We're going to see an increase in homeless folks in our community after the moratorium of evictions is lifted. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to get you to get more engaged. I don't know how to make you feel more compassion for your fellow human beings who don't have the same resources as you. It's so frustrating and it's so heartbreaking because your actions speak louder than any words that you've said in any of these meetings. Show us that you care, that you're willing to put in the work. It's a difficult situation, but actually just engage fully, please, with intention and mindfulness. That's what you need to do if you're our elected officials. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak during open session, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. The next speaker is HK Mobile. Go ahead, please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Kathy, how's my sound?
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Heather Katahdin. Hi, Council. It's been a nice spring evening. I have, as I usually do over the past year, I listened to most of your council committee meetings, and I have a great respect for council's work. And my respect is extended to both those I agree with and those that I don't. There's a lot that's been happening this week. Many of us feel the loss of some of our unsheltered neighbors that have passed on. And I wanted to share tonight a couple things I was curious about. I'm wondering when the county will offer unused county public parking lots to be utilized as our next tiny home village. Each time I go by the county health department across the street, there's a huge parking lot that's unused. And I'm aware that there's many other county public parking lots and lands that are not being utilized. I'm also wondering when our community soup kitchen, Maple Alley Inn, will begin serving meals again to neighbors who are homeless and experiencing physical and brain disorders. I'm aware over a couple decades ago, both the city and the county provided funding to pay for a coordinator back when the kitchen was independent and just starting, and before it became one of the Opportunity Council offerings. I'm wondering why when I Google search Maple Alley Inn Soup Kitchen, the main link I find is a community resource directory that's put out by Opportunity Council. And under the food and prepared meals online, it lists Maple Alley Inn open as Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. However, in the real physical world, I continue to find the soup kitchen is not open. The neighbors I meet who don't have kitchens or roofs or walls tell me the inn is closed and has not offered them meals. They tell me it's the individual neighbors who share their meals, not an agency. I'm wondering why so much of our funds go to Opportunity Council, but the simplicity of offering drinking water and meal is not being offered to the community that I know on the streets that don't have the privilege and the resources to rent or to own property. I also support the previous comments, especially in regards to the hunting rights of those that have done it traditionally and are doing it to feed their families. Thank you for your time.
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually. There are no hands raised.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. We'll close the public session and we'll move to the consent agenda and finance committee. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Buchanan, just give me a sec.
Pardon me?
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the Whatcom County Finance and Administrative Services Committee met today. We considered 4 items under the consent agenda, 1 through 4. These were all received a vote of 3-0, and I so move.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 1 through 4. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call a roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
that passes 6-1.
Next item up was AB 2021-264, an ordinance amending the Whatcom County budget. Request number 7 in the amount of $5,156,985. This received a vote of 2-1. And I move to the council for approval.
Okay, that motion's that's moved for approval. Discussion. Councilmember Donovan.
So there's an item, I'm going to support this. There's an item in the supplemental request here about hiring a consultant to do a study, do offsite mitigation for small project sites, which I think could potentially be a good idea. So it's just a study to hire a consultant, and I think at the end of the item in there, PDS says we're going to come back to council with this, and I would be more supportive of this when it came back to council if the consultant study had some ideas in there about whether there'd be any auditing about these offsite mitigation projects actually accomplishing not just no net loss, but no net ecological gain, which is our goal now. So I'm just throwing it out there to PDS. They might be on it. I'll send an email, but I think we're going to hire a consultant, and the way the thing is set up, it's looking like we've sort of decided what the consultant's going to find. So my hope is we give the consultant a bit more direction about is it going to actually work and give us benefits. So but I support the supplemental.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Did the net ecological gain bill actually pass? Because that's so subjective. Like, you could have ecological gain in one area and loss in another, and who's to say what's more important? So I wasn't sure if that bill actually passed, if we were going to really legislate to that level of ridiculousness, or if we were still going to look at it rationally.
Right, fair enough. What do you call that? Irrational. Even if it's no net loss, which is the current standard, like the consultant study, I would hope would have some sort of, if we're gonna do a study, it says if this is gonna work. So even if the standard is gonna be no net loss, is there gonna be any auditing or any sort of part of the study that says, here's how we know that when we take these small sites and we do these offsite things, that it's at least getting us no net loss. So I'll just, and ideally, net gain, but I'm just telegraphing that my expectation is when this item comes back, that I will support it if I've got some evidence that there's some sort of auditing that we know, even we're getting no net loss. But I would hope for a gain. That's but it's not me speaking against the supplemental.
Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, and with the consultant, like putting it out there also is that where have they done this before, and what effects did it have on different plants, different animals, a whole ecological effect. But I'd like to know where they've done it before, and if they really did see it helping ecological benefit. And I'd like some proof.
Councilmember Byrd.
I think Councilmember Frazee and Donovan said both of those things really well. And I just want to chime in and say I agree with both of them. So looking forward to it coming back.
Any other discussion? Okay, please call the roll. Oh, go ahead, Tyler. You waving off? Or?
We're on it is the supplemental budget, right? For the 5 million?
Correct.
Yeah. Item in here. Okay. Is anyone from the health department on still, or by chance?
I don't see anybody.
All right. Tyler Schroeder, are you around? Toss a coin.
I sure am. Councilmember Byrd.
Thanks. Out of curiosity, in the item related to additional funding for COVID in the amount of, I think it's 400,000 or 300,000 here. We're talking about the temporary positions and how they're limited to 16 hours per week and making those full-time positions. What I want to know is making them full-time positions, does that, are they still temporary then, or in context to, or are they now union positions, full-time, permanent? In the past, like the temporary positions, like they're very specific about how long that they will be there and our ability to essentially remove those positions after we no longer need them, so on and so forth. So versus, you know, a full-time position that's permanent, but. You understand what I'm asking?
So Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. My understanding is that $498,000 budget supplemental, which is the DOH COVID ELC grant, correct, Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, it's page number 39. So it's actually the DOH COVID-19 vaccine services, and the requested total is 363,000. So I think it's the one right after that, actually.
Okay, because you are correct. There are permanent full-time FTEs. Those are the 5 positions that we're allocating and getting council authority for. And then there could be temporary positions that don't qualify for that. But I would have to look at that specific one because I don't think the ESG grant is providing permanent or full-time FTEs.
Okay. Because the way I was reading this one was essentially those temporary workers right now can only work for 16 hours. And that what we're looking to do is basically make them full-time workers so that we can remove that bottleneck. But
that is my reading of that as well.
Okay. So in doing so, if we make them full-time, do we have now additional legal or contract liability or requirements there in which they're permanent positions, if we have to go through additional process to remove them later when we don't need them? Or,
you know, it'd be similar to other grant positions. We hire FTEs on a full-time basis associated with a 2-year grant or a 3-year grant. And if those grant funds run dry, then those positions would move on, and the employees that take those positions understand that. And the agreements that are laid out with that contract and decision to be hired recognize that it is a temporary funded position.
Okay, all right. That's kind of what I wanted to make sure is that they're still temporary, essentially. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
So say I wanted to vote no on ballistic vests, but then I wanted to vote yes on $100,000 for planning to fund offsite buffer mitigation programs. But then I didn't want to vote for the 2.1 million for the health department, but I wanted to vote for the 1.6 million for the health department, and then wanted to vote for the 489,000 for the health department and mass vaccinations. Would I vote yes or would I vote no on this? My point.
Councilmember Kirschner.
I'm looking at the request from Human Services for homeless shelter due to COVID prevention measures. And it looks like there's a grant totaling $3,044,000, and we're requesting $309,712. How much of the 3 million have we already requested and spent? Tyler, do you know that? Tyler Schroeder?
Councilmember Kirschner, I'm trying to track the grant for 3 million. There was a vaccination site grant from DOH for 2.1 million.
No, it's on page 16 of the supplemental budget request. It's titled Emergency Solutions Grant COVID.
So it's the ESG grant, the Emergency Solutions Grant, for 309,000.
Yeah, we're
So that's
requesting
an
the 3.
increasing the expenditure authority of that grant to the total of $3,044,000, which is what you said. So I'm sorry, what was your question there, Councilmember Kirsten?
I'm just wondering if we have already spent 3 million on homeless services, or if that's the total and we're spending it in chunks. Does that make sense?
It does. I don't know off the top of my head how much we've spent of that grant authorization.
Okay.
I would say that we're likely getting close to it, which is why we're asking for more budget authorization to increase that amount.
Okay, and that 3 million has gone to fund the homeless services that we've provided and shelter. What has that gone to?
Yeah, that ESG grant has done a number of different things. One, the shelter costs that we had during the winter and the increased costs associated with through COVID. And then also, I believe, rental assistance and keeping people and families in their homes during this time frame.
Okay, and this is just one program that we're funding homeless services with, correct? There's others, many others.
Many others, yes. The $3 million is just one portion of the funding for homeless solutions that we're trying to provide the community.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, to Mr. Ellenboss's point, you got me a bit curious, Ben, because historically we have approved the money to go into funds, and then we've voted on the individual contracts if they're in excess of $40,000. So I've just got a feeling that there's a piece missing here, and Mr. Schroeder, maybe you could walk us through what you understand would be the process here, because I know we normally we'd normally say if we put say $1 million into a bridge fund, we're authorizing you to spend the $1 million for the bridge, rather than approve each individual contract, which over the years I think has significantly simplified things and sped things up, which it should. But historically we have approved a budget amount in one ordinance, and then we've approved the spend in other ordinances. So what's missing? What am I missing?
Councilmember Brown, you're not missing much. All of these budget supplementals are operational. So you're correct. There's a difference between a capital budget supplemental that would give the administration the opportunity to build that bridge consistent with the capital authorization for the budget amount. For the ballistic vests, say, it's a budget supplemental for $26,000, $28,000. That's less than $40,000, and the administration can likely just go through and contract and purchase for those acquisitions of the vest.
Which I agree.
For the $100,000 from the general fund for wetland mitigation, that's greater than $40,000. We will come back to council with a contract in which, if somebody didn't agree with that budget supplemental, could vote their conscience or their position for the contract associated with the consultant for the wetland mitigation. For some of the larger grants associated with health department, it's a much larger amount. Say it was a $3 million or $2.1 million grant. There are a number of different contracts associated with implementing that grant. And if they're greater than 40, they come to council. If they're less than 40, they're done through the administration. So recognizing positions on budget supplementals into the record, and then voting how you see fit as it relates to the total would be one way to solve the conundrum that Councilmember Ellenboss recognized earlier.
So for clarity, you're going to, for the larger amounts, you're going to come back with a separate item for us to vote on. What is different tonight is normally we do the same things on the same day. Well,
not always.
We've often done the same things on the same day, correct?
Usually the budget supplementals come well in advance to the contracts.
Okay, all right, okay, fair enough. So, okay.
Mr. Donovan?
I'll just point out that we have a committee process where these items were discussed earlier in the day, and the public, it's kind of awkward that they don't know this stuff, but council members have every opportunity to be at these committee meetings, have their camera on, have their microphone on, ask these questions, ask staff these questions before we get to these meetings, raise these issues. And if they don't have the bandwidth to do that, they have a council office that does have that bandwidth with those cameras and internet capabilities. And when we were elected, we understood that we'd have these meetings timed out where we'd have time to do these things. So just throwing that out there, because this kind of keeps coming up, like we could just get rid of our committee meetings if that's a complicating issue, and just do this all in the evening.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
I don't recall a time I've missed very many committee meetings, and when I have questions, I ask them regardless of whether my camera's on or not. I don't have any questions about these particular issues. I'm merely bringing up a point that I bring up quite often about the process that I don't feel is as I don't know what the correct word is, but I would prefer to see them come through one at a time. The issue being exactly what I raised.
No, I think that's fair enough. I didn't mean to jump in, but I mean, these are things we can do in committee about how we proceed with things coming out of this is coming out of the finance committee. So I don't know. I just think that would be the appropriate place to discuss these things, and we all have that opportunity.
Councilmember Brown.
I don't disagree with anybody here. I do support Mr. Ellenboss's question. Can he vote on the budget, but then not vote, or vote or not vote on individual items, which I think should be the way you can do it. And so I don't think anybody's wrong here, but I like the transparency of being able to say, okay, I have to vote for the money for everything, even if I don't like something, but then I can vote against the thing I don't like. So,
Mr. Ellenboss.
Just so you know, if you pay attention, well, I know you do, but I typically vote no on the budget supplementals because of the way they come through. And it's unfortunate that I vote no on things that I'd really like to support. And when it comes to re-election time, I'm sure everyone will point that out, that Councilmember Ellenboss voted no on this item that, supported the children. What a horrible person. When whatever, I'm not too worried about it. I just think that we could have a better system if everyone came through on their own. And obviously the majority doesn't agree with me, and obviously the administration doesn't agree with me because they continue to bring them forward this way. So we'll move on. I'll vote no, and you guys can have all sorts of ammo come re-election time.
Councilmember Donovan.
Again, Ben, I'm trying to actually agree with you. So I think this is a discussion we need to have in committees about, like, what is consent, what's supplemental, what things get separated out. Yeah, I agree, but I think I would hope we all kind of do that in committee, or maybe we have a special committee of the whole to talk about how things are assigned. But there has been, I think, we've kind of lost track of what's a consent item and what's a supplemental thing that just gets in that we don't get to vote on individually. But then we have to look at this at the trade-offs of, like, all right, so we do all these, some of the supplementals are just 3 or 4 or 5 things. Some can be a lot of things, and how we manage our time, dealing with this, and what's the best procedures to do that. I think that's a healthy conversation to have. So I'm encouraging people to you know, bring this up in committee, bring this back, you know, as stuff to the clerk about, you know, how we could talk about these things. To again, I think we're all agreeing on stuff in different directions here.
Further discussion on the motion to
I
approve?
mean, procedurally, okay, but I'm not.
Anything else? Okay, please call the roll.
Van Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes, I understand men's no.
And that passes 6-1. We need some sound out of you there, Mr. Brown.
Well, you make me quiet in 6 months. There we are. Joint resolution, the County Council of Whatcom County, Washington, the City Council of the City of Bellingham, Washington, and the Board of Whatcom County Transportation Authority regarding the creation of a Whatcom Public Radio System. This received a vote of 3-0, and I so move.
Okay, discussion on this motion. Mr. Ellenboss.
I kind of cringed when I saw this one come through until I heard the discussion today, and I really like it. I'd encourage the rest of you folks to support it as well.
Other discussion, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I've spent a fair bit of time on this issue since I first came on the council, and I'm shocked at how primitive and how out of date our radio system is, and how much it puts first responders and the community and everybody else at risk. And I'm really pleased to see that this is finally going to get dealt with, and we're going to get a state-of-the-art communication system that will function even if we have a major catastrophe such as an earthquake or a loss of the communications backbone. So all cheers to everybody who's been working on this.
Executive Sadhu?
I just wanted to add that we were actually lobbying with the Washington State Legislature to get money for this item. And we got only 400,000, but we have not given up on this. We have actually reached out to our federal counterparts on Mr. Rick Larson and Suzanne Delbini, because they have some congressional prerogative or something. They asked for different cities, counties to submit projects, and we have again submitted this Whatcom County radio project as one of the items. So hopefully we may get some more money, because this is a long-term thing, as we see that we will revise the radios. We are planning to use Bellingham. City of Bellingham has already have a radio shop, which they have a technical expertise on that. And we are trying to create a combined unit where radio shop can repair those and maintain those and everything, and other people can use it. So I just wanted to let you know that we are still looking for more money so that we can give it back to WTA if we do get some more money on this.
Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, and following up what Mr. City said, so thanks to WTA, and Sapal and I have our WTA hats on here and council hats on. It's a couple million. It's a not trivial amount of money that WTA is kicking out of their fund balance. I think much to this afternoon, there's going to be an expectation that the WTA fund balance is I'm just saying made whole for this investment, but that the county and the cities and all will, you know, be contributing resources that will match this very generous payment that WTA is taking on their own. So when we say we are paying for it, we are not paying for it. WTA is paying for it. And our conversations, I think there were some expectations that, you know, that we're all going to come together and the resources will equalize at some point. So the resource commitments will equalize at some point.
Anything else, council? Okay, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Brad Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll move now to Council Public Works and Health Committee and Councilmember Frazee.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. The committee moved to recommend to pass the task onto the Child and Family Wellbeing Task Force for recommendations for permanent solutions for childcare, and that the feedback be presented to the council by September 30th, 2021, and I so move.
Do we have a second? No, that came out of committee. I'm sorry. We don't need a second. Discussion. Okay, please call the roll.
Kathy Kirschner,
Barry, Todd's hand was up.
Oh, Councilmember Donovan.
No, I said we had a good discussion of this in committee, we have like this grand, noble idea, and we're looking to have 50% of these federal funds going to childcare, and looking for and Carol and Barry, Carol and Red are leading the way on this, but I think the committee came out with this idea that we're going to look for some more input on how to get there, and we got some time. I didn't just want to like just let this go to a vote. And I want you all talk about it. Don't just let me talk.
Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, thanks, Todd. And the letters we got from when we sent our letter out to get feedback and ask questions, the letters we got back made us rethink, and I think Councilmember Brown said it, there's a gap there that we're missing. So taking their recommendations, also passing along to the Child and Family Wellbeing Task Force, and just getting input from everyone, but making sure hopefully that childcare is a priority with these funds. And so yeah, we'll get the feedback from the community and hopefully bring something even better forward.
Councilmember Kirschner.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Donovan, for having those comments, because I didn't want to vote until I had a chance to ask this question. So we're voting on the resolution to get more information. Is that how this resolution has changed over the last couple of weeks? Councilmember Frazee, maybe you can. I'm sorry I missed the committee meeting today, so I didn't catch everything that you guys discussed. Just a brief summary.
Councilmember Frazee, you want to give a summary?
Yes, and Rudd, chime in when I'm done. So after getting the letters back from the child care providers and the people in the community, and even the Business and Commerce Committee, we decided there's a gap there, and we want to go forward with this, but then we need to get more information and get more community input. So we decided as a committee to pass it along to the Child and Family Wellbeing Task Force and give them until September 30th to gather information and bring some recommendations forward for how we could spend the money, some of the money, or whatever we decide. Yeah, so just getting that more input from them.
So we're voting on passing it to the Child Family Task Force, not anything else. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, procedurally, Ms. Kirshner, we recommended holding the current resolution and then passing on to the Child and Family Task Force, in part because it's also mentioned there's gaps, but there were several different ideas that were, I won't say was so much around conflict, but there's clearly just the sense that there's a huge amount of money. Let's put a bit more brain power into thinking about how to do it. And I think, I'm certainly not claiming to be an expert in providing childcare facilities. I've never done it other than at home. So, let's get the brain power that we've got in the community engaged.
So Dana, are you clear on the motion that's reflecting this conversation?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, I wasn't clear on it. So can someone state the motion one more time?
Yeah, state the motion, the exact wording that we'll be voting on.
Do you want me to
Dana,
do
do you
that
have
now?
that?
I can do that. Okay, so the motion from committee was to recommend this item be held in committee, that it be passed along to the Child and Family Wellbeing Task Force for a recommendation for permanent solutions, and that the feedback be presented to the council by September 30th, 2021.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, thanks. It kind of sounds like we're sending it to them to read it and then recommend it back to us as a permanent solution to document. But I think what you're saying is really, we're going to send it to them and ask them to give us more recommendations in addition to that document. Not that it really matters in basis to the motion itself so much, as long as we're clearly documenting it in the email request to them, but I suppose.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, we're trying to, Mr. Bird, we're trying to ask them to come up with more ideas and help build consensus amongst that group, and then come back with a coherent recommendation to us. And then the other item which we discussed, which was not put in the motion, was a request that the county executive staff give us a detailed summary of the different pots of money that are coming down from the state and the feds, and what the guardrails are for each of those pots, because some of them are going to be dedicated to childcare anyway.
Councilmember Kirshner, and then Frazee.
Assuming we pass this, we will send the resolution plus all of the feedback that we've received already to the Child and Family Task Force. So all the letters we got from the various organizations, I'm assuming that would all go with it. So they'll have a full complement of information to grapple with. Was that the idea, Councilmember Brown and Frazee?
Yep.
Thumbs up. Okay, good.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, I was wondering, I don't know if we can do this, but like if Councilmember Byrd is confused with this, maybe we need to reword the motion, or are we good?
Yeah, I'm not confused. I understand what you're saying. Just when Dana read it, if you listen to the way it's read, it kind of sounds like what we do with other committees sometimes, where we send them something and ask them to review it, or what staff will do, and then say, now, like, once you've reviewed it, recommend it to the council for approval. So I just wanted to clarify that the motion isn't just giving them the document and then asking them for their recommendation of that document back to us, but it was to broaden out the options and the plan behind the document, essentially, and then make those additional recommendations that they'd like to see included back to us. I want to make sure it's clear for them and the community.
Anything else on this? Okay, let's vote.
Kathy Kirshner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Thank you, Councilmember Frazee. We'll move now to Councilmember Ellenboss and Council's Planning and Development Committee.
All right, let me get there. We had a discussion about a resolution approving recommendations on 8 applications for open space current use assessments. I think we recommended approval of the 5 that were unanimous between staff and planning commission. And then the other ones, I believe were going to be not approved because they weren't addressed in our resolution. Did we get a supplement on that one?
I think we had a specific tweak to the resolution that staff got that was to accept as recommended, exempting 2019, 2, 3, and 6. And I think staff got that.
So folks, procedurally, what we need to do is we need to move approval and then amend the resolution as Councilmember Donovan just described.
And I'll also, but to Dana, did she want us to do this now, or was this something we were going to do at a different point?
Yeah, I guess my understanding was we kind of made some changes and she was going to bring forward a copy of that, or Josh Fleischman was. Dana, do you got any clarity for us?
Sure. So the recommendation from committee was to have the council, somebody make a motion at the council. The recommendation from committee was to have the council approve an amendment to the resolution, which was to the recommendation on the applications for open space current use assessments. This is adding in the now therefore be it resolved section. Below are hereby approved with the exception of OSP 2019-00002, 3, and 6. So that would be the motion to make this evening. And then Josh will get us an amended version that will be the signed version. So Barry was correct. It needs to be moved. Then somebody needs to move to amend.
Yeah, so we need a motion to approve and then a subsequent motion to amend.
I move to approve, and then I have a move to amend.
I'll second both of them.
Okay.
So this would be to approve. Okay, so the move, how do we proceed? We move to approve, we do that, and then we do the second vote to amend. So I move to
the first vote we'll do is the amending, and then we'll go back and do approval as amended.
Okay, so my motion to amend was where it said be therefore it resolved that we adopt the recommendations and then comma with the exceptions of 2019, 2, 3, and 6.
So that's Councilmember Donovan's motion to amend. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion? Councilmember Ellenbach.
I was just going to explain that the reason that we approved the 5 we approved was because they were recommended by both planning department staff based on meeting their criteria that they've set with a scorecard, which is fairly robust. And then the planning commission also agreed that they should be approved. And then the ones that we didn't approve, it was either up or down, like staff did not recommend approval, planning commission did recommend approval, and then the other one was neither one recommended approval. And so with more information, maybe we would have approved it, but it seemed to me that there was some info that would have been nice to have, but nobody showed up at the meeting to discuss it. So
Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion to amend? Please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yeah.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Now we're back to the main motion for approval as amended. So Councilmember Donovan,
I move that we approve the main motion as amended.
I'll second that. Discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Unanimously. Okay, now we're on to council appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. AB 2021-273 requests council to change solid waste advisory committee member Rod Pemble's representation from business and industry to waste collection industry. Do we have a motion to appoint or to, what would we call this?
I'll move to reappoint him to a new position on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Second.
That sounds fair. Okay.
Second.
Okay, I think Todd already got it. So
Tyler got it.
discussion, Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about one other thing we talked about in planning and development, but I'll get to it later. Just remind me.
We have committee reports where all the stuff that doesn't get voted on will get discussed, so. Okay, any other discussion on the reappointment? Okay, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes. That passes 7-0. Now we move into introduction items. We just have one item. Do I have a motion to introduce?
I move to introduce.
Second.
We have a motion by Donovan and a second by Brown. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
that passes 6-1. Now we'll go into those committee reports. We'll start with the first committee of the day, which was,
Natural resources?
no, it was executive session.
Oh, okay.
But you're close. We had two items. The first item was AB 2021-273. It was a discussion of pending litigation with Civil Deputy Prosecutor George Roche regarding Geneva Langworthy versus Anthony Perez, David Freeman, and Jeffrey Lustig. It's in the Skagit County Superior Court case number 21-2-00236-29. This took place in executive session, and I think Mr. Brown has a motion to read into the record. Mr.
Thank
Brown?
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're psychic as always. The county council met in executive session concerning the lawsuit Geneva Langworthy plaintiff versus Anthony Perez, David Freeman, and Jeffrey Lustig defendants, Skagit County Superior Court case number 21-2-00236-29. Pursuant to Whatcom County Code 2.56, the council hereby finds the following. A, Anthony Perez, David Freeman, and Jeffrey Lustig were acting in a manner in which the county had an interest. B, Anthony Perez, David Freeman, and Jeffrey Lustig were acting in the discharge of a duty imposed or authorized by law. And C, Anthony Perez, David Freeman, and Jeffrey Lustig acted in good faith. The officers, officials, agents, or employees will therefore be defended and indemnified pursuant to and consistent with the provisions in Whatcom County Code, Chapter 2.56. I make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Mr. Donovan. Discussion. Okay, let's vote on it.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes,
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
that passes 7-0. We had one other item. It was just discussion regarding potential property purchase, and there was no action taken. Next committee was Natural Resources.
Natural Resources, the committee, if we don't have it, you get to sleep in sometimes. Okay, so we had two pretty cool items on there. The first was a presentation from the Wacom Land Trust about a 1,000-acre purchase, the Skookum property up on the footprint of the Twin Sisters in the South Fork of the Nooksack. I encourage people to go look at the maps if you haven't already seen it. It's a really cool opportunity. We are going to, as a council, make a decision on using conservation futures funds to do that, and I fully support that. The second one was Conservation District doing a presentation on Firewise, which is a program that is working with the Conservation District, going to communities to educate people and help people to reduce their fuel loads around houses. And this has been something that as a council, we've not funded that much, but I think based on that presentation and just the warming of our climate and things getting drier, we need to realize this is a program that we need to fund more and regularly. And they're doing some grant funding to get through the next year. But anyway, two great presentations, no actions taken. That's the Natural Resources.
Thanks, Councilmember Donovan. Councilmember Brown, anything else discussed in finance that you need to report on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also had a very good presentation from the HR department to talk about the fact that the county's employee handbook, I think they said, has not been updated since 1997. In fact, we'll be selling vintage copies on eBay. And they've come up with a new version, which I believe is going to be presented to us shortly. Kudos to them for doing the work.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So Councilmember Frazee, was there any other things to report on from Public Works and Health?
I think only we talked about the 6 years capital improvement plan amendment. And I think Councilmember Brown brought up about we are going in on a roof for with the Port of Bellingham, the city of Port of Bellingham and city of Bellingham. And we wanted to talk about maybe how long leases are when we do put money into something like a roof for the Unified Command Center.
Thank you. Next committee was Planning and Development Services. So Councilmember Ellenboss.
Aside from the open space votes that we took, it spurred a little bit of conversation on ag land, and I was sharing some of the information that I've studied in depth about like median farm size in Whatcom County is really only, it's like less than 16 acres. And the fact that medium-sized organic is the fastest growing segment of our ag economy. And so it kind of spurred the question of what's the right dollar amount, that threshold you would need to reach to qualify for that ag designation for the tax deduction. And I think maybe our conclusion was that it was possibly mandated by the state, those numbers. So maybe there was nothing we could do about it, but it's probably it's probably something, that needs to be looked at, because it's probably pretty hard to meet some of those thresholds with some of the smaller parcels on a consistent year-to-year basis. And that doesn't mean that agriculture isn't happening, or that a benefit to the community isn't there from that resource land just because it's a smaller parcel. So I thought we had a good discussion about it.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Next committee was the committee of the whole. We had two items. One was the discussion, our normal discussion on COVID status. John Walpers from the health department gave us a very in-depth look at metrics and how things are going in this, both the state and the county, and things are favorable. We're remaining in phase 3, and everybody's encouraged, of course, to get vaccinated, and we'll get open as quickly as we can with the June 30th as a goal, and maybe earlier if we get to those metrics that we're trying to achieve. So that was the first item. The second item was discussion on the ordinance granting a franchise agreement for Verizon. We just got an update on some changes that took place between the last time we heard this, and we're going to see it again in 2 weeks, I believe he said, and it'll be up for a hearing, and we will take a look at approving that franchise. Okay, that's the end of our normal business. Do we have anything else? Any other business? Councilmember Donovan?
Yeah, I always get confused. Other items, council member updates, and that sort of stuff. I want to respond. I never want to respond to open session comments during open session, because I don't think we should do that. But there were people singling out our health department staff, which I just think is inappropriate and doesn't help those people advancing their causes. And I want to express my support and give my thanks for what those folks are doing. And they were named in open session, and I'm not going to name them. Yeah, so thanks for what they do, and to folks who want to call out specific county staff people critically, it doesn't help you. That's just what I just wanted to say that.
Anything else for the good of the order? Councilmember Brown?
I appreciate what Mr. Donovan said, and would just add that one of the most frustrating things to me recently has been getting phone calls late at night, and I've had them up to one I think the latest was 1:45 a.m. And people screaming at me saying, "Why don't you do things for the homeless?" And my response is, well, are you aware of the 30 programs we've been funding for the last 20 years? And universally the response is, I didn't know you did any of that. And I asked, so my simple ask to people who say we're not doing anything is, please look at the programs we're doing at the moment that we have been doing in many cases for over 2 decades. They've been done by the very people that you're criticizing. And we won an award for the best homeless housing program for veterans. I think it was in the entire country out of 3,000 counties. So, and this is, and that award was earned by the efforts of the very people that are being criticized for not doing anything.
Councilmember Kirschner?
I would just echo Councilmember Brown and Donovan's comments. We are doing a tremendous amount for our homeless folks. There's always more to do, and I think there always will be more to do. I would like to ask the administration if there is any there's any ability or action that the county can take with Peace Health, our hospital, in researching or investigating the comment that was made tonight about people with COVID receiving no treatment. That's shocking to me that people would be going to the hospital and getting no treatment. And if that is the case, then I'd like to work on that, because that certainly can't be helpful.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that is I would like to request, if those people are listening, or if other people are listening, they can reach out to them. We would like to get a specific case, because people can come in the zeal of their argument, they say things. I have not come across one case that somebody has been denied treatment for COVID, even during the testing, other places. I would like to know if somebody can forward me yeah, any 1-2 specific examples we'll look after. Otherwise, how would I know if I call Peace Out, say, have you denied anybody any treatment? It's very hard to guess that. I would like to see that if there are some names, some information that this is the case, then we will definitely inquire into this and report back to the council.
Mr. Ellenboss.
I know Councilmember Brown's very proud of that shirt, so let's see it again. You too, Executive Sadhu.
Yes.
Okay, so the reason I declined to wear one was because mine would have said
Extra for large.
Mine would have said better than vaccinated. So as I didn't want to show anybody up, but I'm glad that you're proud of that shirt, and I think it was a nice idea.
So Ben, what is better than vaccinated? Give us that definition.
Well, according to a growing number of healthcare professionals, those of us that have overcome COVID-19 have a very, very, very robust immune system.
Okay.
I thought you were just saying the T-shirt wouldn't fit.
It may not have fit, Todd. You know, I'm big boned.
Big bone. Oh, that's bad. Councilmember Byrd.
Ben, without naming people, do you want to explain how you got COVID?
I gave it to him. No.
You did not.
I know. It sounds like Ben wants a shirt that says "I survived COVID," but I think we could make that for you, bud. I agree with the sentiment tonight that a couple of you have mentioned regarding comments towards staff and some of the things that have been said. And I've said in the past how hard they work and how much of their lives they've contributed to the homelessness issue. A lot more than the vast majority of people who live in our community, that's for sure. I'd also like us to think about, though, with the homeless strategies work group and dissolving that, I really feel like we hear from our community constantly now, and not just on this topic, but every topic, that they want to have more engagement and they want to have more input, and they're looking for ways to speak with us because they don't feel like they listen. Like we listen and hear and actually really hear what they're trying to tell us. And they are interested in putting the energy in and engaging on topics and finding solutions and working on them. And they're looking for those tools and those venues to be at the table and to have that impact. Dissolving that group, we removed one more of those mechanisms for the community in general to be there and engage. And I think that's unfortunate. We're spending a ton of money on this issue right now. And I don't know that any of us really know how that's impacted things across the board or where it'll end up, but it's important that we hear from people and that we create more of those opportunities and venues and engage them, because that passion, I mean, if we can bottle it up, it can do way more than everything that we're doing. I mean, we see that constantly out there with the amount of energy that they're putting in, whether it's on this issue or others. And I think we need to really look for ways to encourage that and to facilitate it and to help so that we can, in our community, can take advantage of the benefits that will come out of that. So I'm hoping we can find other ways to maybe create a community or another committee or input group or something where people can sit at the table and have those conversations, even if we disagree. So maybe we can talk about that next time.
Okay. Council member Ellenboss and then Executive Sadhu.
I'm just gonna say to my peers here, you know, and only my peers, because I don't want to go broke. If you can figure out which council meeting I was doing with 104 temperature and COVID, I'll give you a Farmer Ben's hat.
Well, I can tell you that, but I already have a Farmer Ben's hat, so.
Executive Sadhu.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the comments made by Council Member Kirshner. I really did not appreciate that first. The second part is that this is a cooperative process between the administration and the council. I think that we may differ from each other. And so council members do too, but I believe that it's not only tradition that when we used to have, and I've been on the council for 5 years, when we used to have in-person meetings, county executive could comment whenever there was a discussion going on. And I assert my right to do that. And I want, if council wants something different, I would like to know from the whole council, not from one council member. And same goes for cooperation from the administration for the council proceedings. And I just want to say it right on face of everybody. If you guys need to think about it, let me know. Because I don't think that I should be stopped from making any comments in the council meetings. That's all. I just wanted to make that request. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
I just want to say that the inspiration for wearing this shirt was on Sunday. I went to a restaurant with a friend of mine, and you know, you're required to wear the mask going in, and then we sit down, and then you take it off, and I could see the waitress sort of just step back a little bit, and I said, the two of us are fully vaccinated. She was so relieved. She was so pleased to have customers who are fully vaccinated. So, you know, because she's obviously worked through the whole of COVID. She's obviously gone into work every day worrying whether she's going to get sick. And I just took her anxiety level down. So that night I thought, how do I convey that when I walk into a restaurant for the sake of the staff? So that was the origin of the shirt.
Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I want to respect Mr. Sadhu's and Ms. Kirshner's, you know, kind of sense of how the executive engages here, and we'll figure this out. But you know, when we're face to face, Jack would just, you know, come up to the microphone, and the chair would be like, "Oh, okay, you're there," or like, or Tyler Schroeder would, and it's a lot hard to do this on camera. Just like when we talk, we're all sitting there in person, and we're on our microphones. We can just sort of casually say 2 words or 3 words, and like wink, nudge, and somebody says, it's a lot harder doing this on camera here. So, but I actually, you know, I kind of appreciate. I will, Sapo, I love you, but you do not have a right. You are respected and acknowledged, and we have a kind of norms of when you can talk, and it should be whenever, particularly recognized by the chair. But back in the day, you know, you just walk up if you're Jack, and there's kind of this common sense that like, okay, the executive's coming up, we're going to listen to the executive. But it's really, I think, just all really hard on camera. I mean, on this virtual thing here. So I think when we get back to doing stuff in person, it's gonna be better. So that's my hope, because there's this sort of it's just so informal. You don't just have to turn your camera on and apparate in. Jack would just sort of like, oh, he'd walk up and get the microphone, and we'd all kind of like, and the chair would go like, okay. So we're getting there. This is a council meeting, and the council should be deferring to the executive, and the executive has something to say, and it works way better with body language and face-to-face stuff.
And I always seek for permission from the chair. I don't just jump in,
No, I know. It's like, and it's the thing,
like everybody else.
And just me turning on my microphone again. It's like we're not used to doing that. Like,
yeah,
if we're all in person, it's just it just flows way better. So I think it's gonna be good when we all get back and we're doing that. I really look forward to that.
Mr. Ellenboss.
Since we're all here now, does anybody have a sense of
You're Darth Vadering.
Oh no.
And I'm looking forward to showing up to council meetings in the Darth Vader.
Yeah, you gotta get a costume for that voice, man.
Okay, am I normal now?
No, it's just bad.
Now.
We can hear you now.
Okay. So I guess my question is anyway, but no.
You sound like a bad distortion pedal that I have on my floor here for my guitar. So. All right, we'll catch you next time, Ben.
All right, here, give me 2 seconds.
I think you
You
said,
just said, give me a second.
Okay, we'll give you a second.
what distortion pedal was that you're talking about, Barry, and what color was it? Because I know this come in multiple colors.
I got a green one that's a tube screamer, and I got a black one that's something else.
I can barely do like chords and thing at the same time, and then use a foot to do like the, no, it doesn't work.
How about now?
Oh yeah, you're clear now.
Okay. So does anybody have any idea about, so the governor's indicated that June 30th, he's going to start rolling most things back, which I'm assuming is going to be the exemptions that allow us to meet Zoom. So are we thinking about July timeframe being back in council chambers, or are we thinking that Zoom might be something we hold on to a little while longer, or do we have a sense of that, or is that something we need to discuss?
I think that's something we need to let our staff kind of think about it and maybe bring something forward in a couple of weeks, because we should be talking about it very soon.
I wonder if they just don't want us around.
I don't know. I couldn't go in last week because our office was being painted. So
I love going in there. There's always candy for me.
Yeah, I think Ben's raised a really good point here. Like, we really have to have this discussion soon. But
yeah, so Dana, maybe you and I could talk a little bit, and then we could bring something forward in 2 weeks. Does that sound good? At least something to start a discussion.
Sure. We did have a preliminary discussion with Perry too about doing hybrid meetings. So we have started those discussions with the administration.
Okay, very good.
We could all be stinking up the office again soon.
All right, gang. Everybody have a good week. We're adjourned.